Okay, so let's start. It's being recorded.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm Josiah Chopin.
I'm Chris Gasson.
And our project is Kamo, the Uhi Distillery and Conservatory. Kamo is Hawaiian word to keep on, to strive, to continue, to preserve, a term used for cheers. And so that's going to lead into our distillery process and how we wanted to incorporate the site into the Uhi's unique transformation. And then right here, you're going to see a little part T of kind of something early on we did to really describe our project.
So in our early analysis, we looked at uhi, which is basically a purple sweet potato. It has a few specific uses in ancient Hawaiian culture, one of them being kind of as a crop used during times of famine, and also kind of a smaller known use as a plant that was used for tea that could treat fever and different illnesses. And so basically within this sweet potato is a chemical called anthocyanin, and this is what gives it its unique purple color and also its anti-inflammatory properties. So uhi is kind of a plant that has grown in use across the world and has kind of expanded in its use in culinary dishes currently.
Yeah, and so within these culinary dishes, we researched a lot about kind of where they come from and who uses them a lot. So like on here, we have like the boba tea, it's the ubi, which is like a cake, sweet dessert, but a lot of these weren't original to Hawaii. And so we felt like if we wanted to actually bring in something to this site, we wanted to incorporate a lot of cultural aspect to it. And so we actually incorporated 4 more additional plants to the site, and that way that it can have a little bit of a Hawaiian appeal, but still using uhi as the base. So coming from this culture worldwide and then bringing it into Oahu, and then actually taking those plants as roots or flavoring or aroma and letting that actually act as our type of alcohol or any kind of liquor for the distillery.
So all of these culinary plants, the 2 that we wanted to use for flavoring are the turmeric and the lilikoi, or the yellow passion fruit. We wanted to use the tea plant kind of for its sweetness and its root. And then the kava is kind of psychological benefits, can be used as a sedative or something that kind of can calm you. So we want to incorporate these in our use with the uhi.
And something else you'll see is, look, we have these quotes that are kind of distributed out in this diagram section, and it's basically our narrative for our project and kind of breaking down how we actually wanted the site to kind of read towards people. So for this quote specifically, it was something we used for mid-review, but our distillation and liquor mixology botanical garden allows for visitors to experience the process of uhi into a unique purple alcoholic beverage with 4 additional culturally important fruits and roots to enhance the taste and production of the drinks. And you'll see these quotes continue on. And so going forward, we pushed on to this process of distillation and really wanted to break down how this worked and how this potential could be possible for us. And so with alcohol currently, it's mainly used with potatoes. And so potatoes and yams, which the uhi is a part of the tuber family, it can actually be mashed up and distilled. So it pulls out a lot of its qualities, and even the anthocyanin, its purple color, kind of stays with that at the end, or if not, it can be turned into a purple pigment, which can be added to the drink. And so we really broke down this process and really understood if this is something that we can actually push for and use. And it concluded that it was a low waste product, a low waste potential. So that was already high in our kind of sight of that the plant that we take, the mash that it forms at the end, it can be used as feed for animals or for any kind of gardening, and then all the liquids and kind of within it is extracted into the liquor itself. And then the quote for this one is, distilling the uhi into a liquor is a low waste process that uses every part of the tuber. This is an extremely new type of transformation of the yam, allowing this to be one of the first experiments with variants and new ways to enjoy it. And so something with this distillation is based off of Corbin Cash in California. And so this process was only founded within the past 5 years. And even since then, the amount of yams that has been required to actually make a 750 milliliter bottle of vodka has gone down from 30 yams to about 10 to 13.
Now we approach our site, which is located on the island of Oahu, within Hawaii. And our site is basically nestled between some existing residential and then a pretty dense amount of forestry and vegetation within a valley behind it. So we kind of had this this dense amount of vegetation, but also we had to consider like how are we going to protect views for residents, and also think about how are we also inviting these people into the site. So looking at the site plan, the site is accessed from an existing road that's for government use only right now. The road comes along the left part of the site, and visitor parking is immediately off of the road. Visitors enter through a main pathway directly to the distillery, which is the largest building on the site. But visitors that are coming for longer stay or to stay in the residential units can use the service road towards the very back of the site. And they'll drive along this road and park and stay here for a longer period of time. And also within the site, we have the two small pathways at the very back that are trails, and these connect to other hiking trails in the area. So people can explore and come back into the site and access it from different points.
And the quote for this one, developing a site innovation that puts structure and planting on an equal field of representation, allowing for the intertwining of placement and usage. And so one thing that was really important to us that we'll see throughout the presentation is the usage of bamboo and these kind of curved forms and following topography, and to allow it not to be just something that's kind of dropped onto the site, but actually takes advantage to it. So the first thing that we looked at is the topography and understanding. It's something that we don't get to really play with here in Texas. A lot of projects that I've done in university has been, in Austin. So we really just work with a flat plane, but understanding with this topography of how it actually affects the site, affects the buildings, affects views, was really important to us. And with this site, we had to do farming fields. And so we really wanted to figure out what would be best in these areas. And so two spots that we found, the lilikoi fields and the uhi fields, which are our terminology for the open agriculture, were the flattest parts of the site, with only about like a 5 to 10 foot grade, I believe. And then at the bottom of the back edge of the site towards the residential would be kind of water collection tanks. And so at these points for easy drainage and easy piping to allow that water to just naturally go down without any electrical pumping. And this topography is also something that kind of really inspires the rest of the next diagrams. It's something that, was really unique to us. So going on, as like I said, this idea of water collection. So with the lilikoi fields and the uhi fields, they require a lot of draining. And so even with that slight slope, that's enough to give us the proper amount of draining. And then along with our roof structures, they're angled in a way to allow collection that can be piped back into these collection tanks. And we took a lot of inspiration from projects here in Texas that use these kind of cisterns that have incorporated any kind of above ground piping that takes into account their shed roofs to kind of collect all that water. And then something at the early start of this semester is we saw Hawaii have a ton of rain. So we really wanted to incorporate these blue roofs to allow the collection of as much water as possible to be used.
What are the contour lines? Are they 1 foot, 5 foot, 10 foot? What?
They're 5 foot.
5 foot. Okay.
Yeah. So it's a very drastic site. I think from the left edge of the site to the right side was, I think, almost 100 feet in, or 80 to 100 feet in grade difference.
So in terms of circulation, we wanted the kind of largest pathway to represent where the most people will actually access and be part of this site. So that's at the beginning, kind of curving alongside the distillery, and then the pathway kind of narrows down as it goes into the more explorative parts where the plantings are and the greenhouses are. And then even smaller pathways kind of come off at points near the very top of the site, kind of going along those collection tanks. And this is a more intimate and private moment. And then also the smallest pathways are metal grates that go between two of the planting fields. So we also wanted to think about kind of the materiality of the pathway, and kind of how can it represent different meanings for people.
Where are those?
They're the 4-foot pathways. They're the lighter pink or purple that goes throughout it. So they cut through the lily koi and the uhi fields. We'll get to those in the plans.
And so another kind of big organizational feature of our site, we wanted all of these different kind of nodes of program to look back towards the distillery. We kind of see this as, that's kind of the final product. So you see that immediately upon entrance. And then when you go throughout the rest of the site, you're always kind of looking back to it and understanding where you are, but also kind of where you are in the process of seeing these plants growing and then seeing them be transformed into practical culinary use.
And then so with our site breakdown, something that came up early on was kind of breaking down this site into 3 specific forms. So with the first part being the commercial part that has the very activated uses, and then the cultivation area, which is the more unique spaces that are kind of for the people that are interested and curious about the process and to learn more, to experience more, that is open to them, situated within the middle, and then having the residential tucked away in the end. And then we actually defined the rest of our presentation based off of this idea.
So we'll kind of move from the first part of reveal, which is the most public, where the most people will be, through the explore, which is where there's less people and it's a little bit more private. And then hidden is the very back, the residential, which kind of has its own private qualities to it.
What are the qualities that are, what are the private qualities? Are you going to get into that?
We will, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We're basically using a lot of the existing vegetation of bamboo to kind of shield its kind of where people are going to be staying and kind of activating in space. But there's a few moments where they'll be able to kind of go into roofs and look out across the site. And so welcome to our site. To the left, you see the distillery, and to the right is admin space and educational space. So the space to the right is where tours for our site will begin, and you'll immediately be able to access the distillery and walk along these pathways.
Great. And so to analyze the kind of section of this entryway, on the left side, we have the distillery patio that faces back out into the Oahu kind of landscape, leaning back towards the ocean. And then within the distillery itself, having those kind of clear walls of curtain just to allow as much visibility and light throughout it to connect back to just the surrounding context. And then behind it, you can kind of see that window piece with the people standing there is the bar area that actually allows this access to be able to use their drinks. And then up top is a little bit of a mezzanine space, since I know there wasn't as much zoning kind of context on the site, but we did kind of want to restrict our buildings to no more than like 2 floors. And so some floors have activated roofs, or this mezzanine space here used for just kind of lounging, and then situated in between is actually still itself. So people are able to see the workers kind of incorporate it in the process itself, put together, learn about it, and experience it all in one spot. And then on the right side, like Chris said, is the administration area, allowing the space for learning and starting the tour of kind of going throughout our site, which will take you guys on. And then materiality wise, you can kind of see there's a gradient of lines that go throughout the site, which are our poured concrete that is framed by the bamboo that we've kind of extracted from the site. And then the columns themselves are actually bamboo laced with kind of steel interior, but covered with bamboo to give it that textural quality, as you can see in the renders. And then that.
Would you just repeat that? What's this? I see that there are some walls that you're saying are formed with concrete walls are formed with bamboo, and then the columns you said are what?
The columns are bamboo themselves. So we were inspired by a lot of companies that have, or firms that have used like bamboo as actual their structural system. And so for any of the overhangs, a lot of like the mezzanine spaces, having those as these expressed bamboo columns. And so they're basically tied together bamboo that that supports these overhangs. Okay.
So this first plan looks at that kind of entry reveal section. We wanted to look at kind of a triangular space, so the distillery to the top, the vendor to the rightmost, and kind of that educational space to the bottom of the site. And kind of within the middle is activated space. So we wanted to kind of keep people within this spot, but moving between these three buildings.
Consider that you have like 5 minutes. I'm sorry, guys.
Well, what was that?
Like, don't take more than like 5 minutes.
For the
So, go ahead. Just reminding you of time. Yeah.
okay. Okay. So for the first stop in our project is the distillery, and so this is the still area, as we said, with the lobby space, the kind of storage bathrooms tucked away on the side, the patio space that is laced in wood that's wrapped around it, and then the bar area at the end that kind of faces back to the vendor space, the patio, and a lot of those activated areas.
So this is within the distillery. You can see the still to the left, and to the right, kind of beyond, is the open bar where this drink can actually be enjoyed. And then you see that mezzanine space up above. And then kind of to the outside is that deck space that gives you kind of these sweeping views to the ocean and the rest of the city, but also the bamboo that's kind of blocking the immediate view of the kind of the backyards to those houses of the residential.
Where was that view in plan?
It's looking out. It's basically where this lobby space is, looking back out into the site. Or back out into, sorry, Oahu. So it looks down over near the ocean.
Okay.
And then with the administration area and the tour guide auxiliary kind of tucked away in the back, and then this area actually flanks the lily koi fields that are right next to it. So this space is just kind of where people would go for information or kind of starting their tour down into the site.
So now this is a view of the lilikoi fields. You can kind of see their growth is these metal wires suspended by wooden posts, and the lilikoi grows up onto these and extends outward, and the fruit kind of hangs from these wires. And so on the next slide, this is kind of the distribution of the lilikoi. It needs that full sun and adequate drainage. And the fruit itself is going to give our drinks and our products this fruit taste to it that's really enjoyable.
So the lilikoi just grows naturally.
Yeah, these are one of the two plants that grow kind of out in the open agricultural, while the other three roots and plants are cultivated in the greenhouses.
Okay, but this is you're showing the distribution of the lilikoi across the island.
Oh no, this is a lot of early research. We wanted to really just talk about how this is actually grown and like its requirements. So seeing where it's at on the site was helping us understand like its water need, its sun need, and its elevation.
Okay, I understand.
But it does grow on the island. Yeah.
Okay.
And so lastly, in this reveal area is the vendor and market section. This one's a more enclosed building that still connects the overhang back to the distillery, having the patio spaces out, and then right in front of it is that lilikoi field that we just saw. And then so within this space is more of a worker space for the vendors, just to allow them to cook and sell out any of the products for the uhi, like we talked about earlier, of the different potential that it has for eating and consumption. And then the market space to actually sell any of the products, and then the cistern in the back on the smaller trail. Now then this is kind of a section that goes on from there, that section of the market, the vendor space, the cistern at the edge of the site at the very base, leading up to that lily koi field, and then going on next into our greenhouse space, which is the Explore.
So again, we wanted to use kind of this triangulation of space and having 3 different greenhouses. These 3 greenhouses will have different kind of material qualities and the amount of shading that they provide for the 3 different plants. So people kind of coming into this Explore site can go around the uhi fields or go through it on that metal grate and kind of move from one node to the next node. So in terms of the uhi planting, this also needs adequate space, and the plants are in different rows about 1 foot to 2 feet apart, and then the rows are about 3 feet apart. So the uhi is similar to the lilikoi. It's probably the most near sea level in terms of elevation, but it needs full sun and adequate amounts of water that's properly drained.
And then going on to this section, really just focusing on that uhi area and the uhi fields, allowing people to kind of go through, the workers to cultivate it, and then it being flanked next to the greenhouse space, which is the turmeric, which we'll get to in the later section, but it's really understanding of where this is placed and situated. And so, like I said, going into this turmeric area, each greenhouse has their own specific facade structures based on its lighting requirements for solar. They all have these sloped roofs that angle towards the south to let in most amount of sun. And so for this one specifically, it being with 2 columns, more of like an open pavilion with a planter situated in the middle, and then a collection tank at the end for any kind of rain overflow to be used back for these plants, and then circulation around and through it. And then patio spaces on the outside, and then going into distribution.
So turmeric, it's similar. It needs almost full sun, but not too hot of temperatures. So our shading device is kind of blocking the hottest amount of sun, and it needs very moist soil. And so this view kind of being taken out of the greenhouse space, you can see the planters with the turmeric, and then beyond you can see our next greenhouse, which is for the tea plant. And then you see the fields of uhi kind of to the left and sweeping along.
And then cutting into this section of the turmeric, it leads back into between the vendor space and the market space, and it kind of defines a park space that we've flattened out for, or that contains more of the non-bamboo trees on the site. And so seeing that relationship and connection between there. And then going on to that tea plant that we saw in the background, this is the partially shaded greenhouse space, since this one needs a little bit less sun, but having that spaced out here just for circulation between the planting beds, and then an observation tower that is situated at the edge of the site to allow people to look back onto the fields themselves, and then a trail exit, and then that continuation of the circulation.
So yeah, this one needs partial sun, but very controlled, large amounts of water. So we think it works nicely within this type of greenhouse.
And then going on to that section, as you see here, of like that specific shading that allows in a little bit more, a little bit less sunlight than seen before, lily koi fields in front of it, and that kind of deck to look back out onto the fields, and that bamboo roof trimmed. And then
So none of your greenhouses are greenhouses in the sense that I think of them where they're enclosed in glass. They're just shaded, they're shaded canopies. And this last one is enclosed in something solid.
Yeah, for those first two, yeah, those are definitely more of an open appeal, not like the greenhouses that, because we did play around with the idea of having these kind of enclosed greenhouses with the gated doors to allow movement, but we felt like once we started incorporating more plants, we wanted to give them a unique appeal for each one and their usage. And so for the last greenhouse, this one's the more enclosed one, has a consistent shading all the way around it. And this one is the kava plant, which is actually, it's mainly enclosed because this plant is actually really hard to grow out in the nature, just because it's been kind of cultivated for so long.
Yeah, so this one needs pretty much partial shade to shade, and it needs water that's well drained.
Yeah, so ending off, like you can kind of see the placement of each of these and their colors. And they're so at the top are the greenhouses with 3 roots. They uses tea plant, turmeric, and kava. Tea plant being a sweet liquid, turmeric being a ginger quality that's grated into it, and then kava being a peppery brew.
And then the bottom 2 showing the open agricultural again of the lilikoi, which is this fruity taste, and then the uhi, which will be used for food products and distillation.
And then lastly, starting off into our next place is the hidden, which is the cistern area. This is 3 of the 6 cisterns that flank a deck that faces back into the site.
And these cisterns can frame different views where people can walk out onto the decks and see the sea beyond and the city beyond. So finally, we go back into our housing plan, which kind of showing all of the bamboo that's covering the immediate kind of ground floor entrances of the site and program within it. So we kind of use 2 rows of houses that are offset to frame the central dining space and public patio. And then you see kind of some open spots where there's planters or different places for residents to interact with each other.
And so firstly, looking at this dining kitchen area, this side of the site is very steep. And so it's actually embedded into the earth here. And so there's a patio space on top and then usable space within. And this patio space kind of spills out towards the trail. And then looking at the units, having their foyer area, living room, bedroom, bathroom, and kind of a partition wall of light bamboo, and then a stairwell that leads up to their patio spaces, rooftop patio spaces, and then kind of staff planting for their own kind of personal use. And so as you can see here, like it doesn't have that kitchen and dining space because we wanted it all to be incorporated and consolidated in one area. And so with this section, you can kind of see their usage of like the bedroom, living, kind of that foyer, door to bathroom area, and then that rooftop patio space that's kind of defined by these curved overhangs with the same column supports, and then that kitchen space with the usage above it, and then the trail and the highway behind it.
So this is our last slide showing kind of that last part where you can come up onto the roof and look out to the mountains or to the distillery, still kind of maintaining those views, but it's this private patio where you can stay and enjoy everything you've experienced here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
May I ask just a question of clarification, or maybe more than clarification? I'm intrigued by it. I mean, so fantastic studio brief and really a lovely project in many ways. But one thing that you didn't address is the particular forms that you used. I have 2 different questions, but the first one is like, is there some significance to these forms, to what, why you've articulated the buildings in these ways?
So a lot of the forms that we actually came up with, so like with the greenhouse spots, we actually wanted those to be these nodes, so spaces that people actually travel to and go towards. And then the ending housing, sorry, it's taking time to load. The ending housing was more of just kind of this wedge that we wanted people to wrap in and out through for staff, so they have a way to go back to either edge of the site, whichever one's needed. And then the front is actually defined by, like we were talking about, that triangle space. So it actually, a lot of their front walls face inwards into each other to allow that kind of space to be defined, and it facing towards either the distillery or to the fields, or back into the circulation. And then the curve itself follows a lot of the topography lines. So you can kind of see here of those these topography lines that we wanted to kind of have that on that grade. And so it starts off back here as just being that straight introduction. And then as we actually go throughout the site, one of the first things we looked at was that circulation, and then kind of fitting in a lot of our forms around that. So before they were square blocks, and then kind of fitting in what would best work with that kind of curvature.
And then the other question I had was about the climate, and the kind of climatic conditions inside versus outside. Is it totally benign? Like, are you air conditioning inside? Like, what's shelter mean here?
Yeah, so I think specifically it would be the front part, which is like the distillery, the commercial areas would be more of the conditioned spaces, like being able to lounge in there, kind of get away from the weather. Same thing with the housing. But the greenhouse spaces, we kind of wanted that to be more of a natural area, more of like you go here to really experience, to see the site, to feel the air. Because I mean, sadly we weren't able to get to visit Hawaii, but I have faith that this is kind of this unique breeze. You're so close to the sea. You have these like winds coming in from, I'm trying to think of the direction, the eastern side of the site. So allowing the intersection to be open and then the two edges to be more enclosed with conditioning.
So I think it's very much about like kind of getting to experience, especially like what the plants are experiencing. So like the 3 different greenhouses are like, you can also think of them as architectural moments of, like the most shaded might be the spot where you stay the longest, and maybe the most open is more of a temporary stay. So I think it's kind of, and of course the distillery being probably the most enclosed is where you might stay the longest. So I think you're kind of mimicking the conditions and kind of definitely being like drawn throughout the site and wanting a sense of movement.
What is the climate here? Is it completely benign? Is it very humid? Like what?
I'm honestly not too sure about the climate. I know we worked a lot with like rain, because at the beginning it rained a lot in this area, even seeing with like Amir and working with Sean and Rick. And so like that was kind of our inspiration. And then, so I guess that was kind of like our main focus for this.
Maybe to follow up on that, it seems like, and I've never been to Hawaii, maybe Sean can comment on the climate, but it seems like you would want to be able to open up the building very fully at certain times, if it's like good weather. And of course, I'm sure it gets very, very humid there. I'm sure it gets oppressively humid at times. So you probably would want some air conditioning or some kind of climactic control, not just like letting it, or maybe there's some passive house kind of design standards you would sort of implement here or something. But overall, I like the programmatic sort of proposal. Like you're taking different plants, some of which occur naturally on the island, and some of which require some attention to be cultivated. It does bring to mind just some questions about how, like who is cultivating it? Like how does the labor on this site work? Like you mentioned that there's like a more private end of the site and a more public end of the site. And it makes me start to wonder how you control access to this site and these buildings, based on who is there, like if it's just a visitor or a resident or a worker, based on these different identities of who's on the site. How do you control access? Do they approach from different directions? Just some basic questions about occupants.
Yeah, so I mean, with access specifically, that was something we worked on at the beginning, because we actually got into kind of this idea of like fire, and just in case of like, had to deal with that. But there's this front entry for kind of residents, or not residents, for visitors parking. So like using this main entry, but then there's this back access road that's in a lot of the plans. That's kind of this auxiliary kind of entry for residents. So they're able to park here. They don't have to walk throughout the site, using this space right away. And then kind of that idea of like, this is that main bulk at the front of the site to kind of experience, and that's why we circulated a lot of that circulation, the larger scale circulation at the front, and then the tighter ones towards the back, since it'd be the lower amount of people flowing through it. And so we wanted to focus on that access based on the scale of the pathway and just the accessibility of their cars.
Okay, I guess I'm just wondering. Oh, Sean, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Please continue.
I just was wondering. This is a productive landscape, right? So they're making products. They're making, I'm assuming, something that's bottled because there's a distillery, and the distillery is very vacuous. There's mostly nothing in it. It seems like there's only like one distiller, and it seems like there would also be a bottling area, a storage area, maybe an assembly and packaging zone. And that would be a place that you would need to be cognizant about how you're letting the public into that area and be aware of that, because there's occupational hazards. And so like then that is an architectural issue, right? So those are, I know we're talking about plants, which is important, but that's also, you're also talking about buildings at the same time. So I'm just curious, like, why did you make the distillery so large and empty? And it seems like anyone can go in and go anywhere at any time, but maybe you can explain that in more detail. But I do want Sean to jump in.
I think that's a great question. Maybe they can go ahead and answer, and then I'll chime in after that.
I think something we talked about, I know, is like kind of like the scale of this right now, like kind of how much can you produce with the size of fields that we're using and the amount of plants that we have. And I think like right now it's something that's very much more small scale, and much more about education and kind of learning about these plants and being able to enjoy it, and maybe less about kind of like large scale production and actually selling this like in more places than just the site right now. But I definitely think maybe like with a little bit more study, we could kind of divide out the distillery or work on it a little bit more architecturally, just to see like a little bit more of the program within the building itself. But I think we definitely were kind of drawn to more of the program outside of the building and kind of how that connects to like the architectural part visually.
Yeah, I guess in terms of the climate, I agree with the comments about, you know, the way the sort of building system is represented. In that one image you have, it looks like there's like, you know, full length glass walls. You know, from my perspective, maybe there could have been a little bit more development on that sort of face in sort of two ways. One is, you know, from the exterior, glass in that kind of landscape is like, there's such a contrast in materiality that no matter what, like where you, from the ocean, like looking up into the valley, you'll sort of see this like, you know, like shining object in the landscape. So that's one thing to consider. And, you know, it is a tropical environment. It rains a lot. There are mosquitoes. There are beautiful breezes. It gets very, very hot, but it also gets very, very cold. And so I do think it's interesting when there are opportunities to consider air conditioning, or consider like how does mechanical, you know, I think there's a tendency to always say no air conditioning, but in certain cases, like, you know, like how can the architecture have like all the options available, especially if it has the potential to be utilized for educational purposes. So when I looked at the floor plan and I saw all that open space, I immediately assumed, you know, large groups of students coming in to learn about the facility. I think that's one aspect of the project that maybe could have been highlighted a little more, is the layering of functional groups. You did a really great job outlining the function of your project as a distillery in a very straightforward way. But I think what would make it, what would take it to the next level, time constraints considering, I don't mean this in a negative, like in a negative way, but just sort of for, you know, further development, thinking about how those other functional groups can help to support your decisions in architecture, like having such a large open space. So, you know, speaking about that open space and the climate, one thing that I was kind of interested in learning more about was the decisions that went into the actual site plan. The sort of like curving pathways, the sort of like shapes. One opportunity I think could have, and maybe this is a little too literal, but when you cut a cross section through uhi, it's basically like it kind of looks like a sweet potato. It's essentially like a sweet potato, and you have this sort of like, you know, structure within the plant that for the eye you can sort of see as like pink and white, and these like kind of like shapes. And so my first sort of thought when I looked at your plan was that this was kind of mimicking the cross section of the uhi. And so it, you know, in terms of thinking like a plant, and the sort of component of how does this building, how does this architecture not only function as a distillery, but literally teach us about the function, like how the plant operates. You know, it would be kind of an amazing experience if when the student entered the site, the very process of walking to the site would educate them on how like nutrients pass through the uhi plant, how water passes through the uhi plant. There's sort of like an exchange that happens within the plant itself that is like the basis of its ecology. That would have been really cool to see. And I think you're so close to it. It's just a matter of articulating it or getting into the drawing. So I only mention it because I see the opportunity is there, and it's a really exciting one. The idea of how the building not only functions as a distillery, but that the building itself is a tool to educate about like the plant. Sorry if that's too far off.
No, I think that's great. I think like you said, like, I mean, we put a lot of work into like the actual research of like the uhi and the other plants, and then we kind of jumped straight into kind of creating this project for it. So I think for like further progression of this project, like, you know, kind of morphing that into that idea would be pretty interesting, because we definitely did hint on that. And that was like something we got for our mid-review, because this project changed a lot from mid-review to be this more organic form. And so we were trying to lean as much as we could to that organic idea of like, how can this project be like represented as a plant? So I think that's a great comment.
Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely
maybe here
very clear that
sorry, Sean.
Oh, I'll just like really quickly wrap up and say that it's clear that you've done a lot of research. It reflects in the plan, and you know, maybe just some like tactical artistic recommendations to, because your goal, I mean, the challenge is how do you compact all this research into a very quick presentation. There was an image where your user was sort of like standing in this agricultural site, but wearing high heels. Even if you you know, took that as an opportunity where your entourage is actually embodying the experience. So the human Like you could draw an aura around it, or you could draw some kind of like phenomenology, like represent its phenomenology in an interesting way. So yeah, every single chance you have in the drawing to communicate is critical. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, if I can jump in here also, since you mentioned about the change from midterm review, where I was able to have the opportunity to see the project evolving. I definitely agree that there was a lot of evolution, and in a positive sense, especially in the way of settling in the area, no? So when you have represented I mean, just to share with the other reviewers, it was based on an very orthogonal organization that was offsetting from the boundary of the site. But so when you have started the presentation now, I noticed like this organization on fluid pathways that goes across the site, even though there is this very steep topography. And later, like when you mentioned about the topography, then I noticed that despite the fact that it seems like just like a fluid drawing, in fact the elements seem to be placed very strategically in the topography, where of course the residence at the end of the site on the most steep part of the hill is overlooking the entire site. But then these 5 core points, of the 3 greenhouses and the 2 water tanks, kind of puncture the lowest points of the topography and the 3 points of inflection, and somehow are actually punctuating the landscapes in critical points that are going to be very relevant in the view of the whole terrain, no? And somehow, I think this is a good choice, because it somehow gives an organization, but still allows for an organization of the landscape that encourages this exploration in different ways, let's say. I was also going to ask you about the operation, about who actually cultivates these plants, and then through the discussion, it kind of came out, that somehow it seems to me there are 3 modes of approximating to the plants. So the staff of the place are gonna actually do the most kind of intensive job. Those that are instead residents for temporarily, they're gonna engage with the plants, but mainly it seems in the greenhouses, where you can have a domesticated connection to the agriculture, that is more intense but more contained, not directly in the field, and then the visitors are gonna kind of see more of the result, and I think also this layering, into different experiences, and also organizing them in the site into different areas and with access from both sides, seems to me an intelligent strategy that in the end is going to give like secluded experiences that are complementing each other, in this sense, looking at the greenhouses more in detail, then or what this concentrated planting elements, there is then I think it is a good choice to make them so compact, in the sense that in the end, these are essences that have a very strong smell, a very strong color. When they are, tested, plucked out to see if they are right or not, then they will, spill a lot of juice, a lot of color, so it's I think important, like the concentration of the experience in those points, because then that is going to be an important component of the distillation process. I would have wanted to see a little bit more of the distillation process, and like some of the previous reviewers, I think that the distillation machinery itself, that has a very prominent location in the middle of distillery large lounge could also have taken more space, or let's say, it could have taken expanded more in space and kind of not only be a central let's say fireplace, but also like really something that pervades the entire space. Maybe the one of the things that I think could be considered is the height of the spaces, not only for air conditioning and in general the amount of volume that is built, but also in terms of the impact in the landscape. A lot of I think the idea of making the buildings in the lower part of the site very horizontal, very flat, with flat roof that kind of tries to not obstacle the view of downhill is a good choice, but somehow I would have seen them more integrated if kind of lower. Many of the spaces are 4 or 5 meters tall, or with double heights, where like in this idea of like letting the landscape of the upper part of the site be the protagonist, then of course like maybe like letting them lower could have been more beneficial.
Yeah,
but it's a very interesting project.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate what Sean was saying as well. And I know we don't have a lot of time left, but there are a whole series of concerns I have, or questions that, like, I like the way the project is set up so much. Like, I love the first half of the semester seemed to go so well for you guys in this, the identification of the plant and how it would, and the project and all of that seems very interesting. And I like the forms that you've kind of come up with, particularly this big sort of sinuous form with the distillery starts at. But I feel like there's some concerns about how these forms, how you move from this kind of strong conceptual position into the buildings themselves. And it's almost as if the forms have been kept at arm's length. It shows particularly in sections some of the concerns, but all in the perspectives as well. Like, it's so like, I'm really yearning for some direct relationship of architectural form to things like construction and structure, to landscape in particular, the relationship to landscape, to climate, and as Sean was saying earlier, or Adam was saying, like, to use, like, big kind of groups, like parking, like where's the bus going to park, or where are the kind of, if you mentioned parking, like where are they going to park in relationship to their houses at the end. But like, if you look at, maybe go back to your sections for a second, there are many ways in which you could start to think about this thing. Like, one, like, I liked very much this idea that you would have these concrete walls that are formed with the texture of bamboo, and that you had the roof and the vertical structure, the columns made in bamboo. But as soon as you start to use bamboo, a whole series of issues comes up. There's actually, I think it's an institute that Frei Otto, the great architect, German architect engineer, used to run. But there's like a textbook on different ways in which bamboo is used as and joined together, and is it tied, and how is it bound? It's quite an amazing material. But there's a logic of form that comes from construction, right? And if you look at the way your columns meet the roof, the thickness of your roof, the way that the column doesn't continue down through the deck, how things might move, the relationship of enclosure to these things, there's like a lot of information that you're not paying attention to give shape to your forms. And instead they get one gets the impression that they're just a kind of graphic, right? This sort of idea that the column will spread somehow. And I feel like you could look, for example, at bamboo, like how far can it be? Can it I'm just going to annotate for a minute. Can we really allow, sorry, go back to that section. Like, you have them, oops, that's not drawing, annotate. Like, you have them bound together here, right? and then they spread apart. So how far can they spread apart? You know, do they need to be tied together? How do you join those things? How does it come into the ground? So you can't see my markings because of the thickness of my pen and things and color. But I feel like that's one great giver of form. Similarly, like a two-story wall of glass, as Sean was saying, is a weird anomaly in this landscape that it sometimes will be incredibly benign and where you'll want to encourage things that open, right? And at the other times you'll want to deal with things like bugs, or you want to be able to enclose it with air conditioning. And where's the thickness in the building that would, if it does need HVAC, does that become conceptually part of the grounded part of the building? You know, the stuff that would be tucked into the ground somehow? Or is it somehow in the thickness of a roof? Is it in these kind of mezzanine things? Like, I feel like you could use some of the climactic and constructional elements to help to give these forms more direct shape, right? Yeah. And rather than just leave them as a very quick kind of sketch, especially when one starts to show things like in section, because they start to look more cartoonish than they should be, because it's a very good project, but there isn't a clear relationship between, for example, this constructional technique and the forms you're using. Should the concrete walls meet the ceiling, right? I mean, my own thought is that they shouldn't, right? That they're more of the ground. Like, I feel like there's so many things that are interesting. How does the handrail play into that? How do these light things touch the ground? And when you leave this kind of pochade surface onto something that's a kind of suspended one, is that an important moment when you've left the ground, you know, and are now suspended over it, like in your grates that go through the landscape? Similarly, I feel like you have such a thoughtful way in which the landscape is dispersed in the plan. But then when you start to look at the buildings, one doesn't get any sense that there's a direct relationship between that landscape and the interior spaces. Like, does one have a low window that sees out across these crops, right? Is there a difference between when you're sitting or when you're standing? And I feel like those are things that actually could start to make this project quite specific. And climate as well. That's why I asked the question about climate. I mean, it's interesting to hear from Sean that it gets cold, that there are mosquitoes, that it gets humid. What are the areas that can always stay, you know, free from air conditioning but might need screening? And how does that happen? What are the areas that actually need to be enclosed so that you can stay warm or stay cool? And how does enclosure happen? I wouldn't have thought that you could also do like a 4 or 5 meter tall wall of glass that's unsupported, because it acts like a sail. So I feel like there's so many things that actually are so interesting in this. I think the fundamental architectural argument is that there's this continuous carpet of landscape that weaves and sort of in and out of these different areas of great color and character. And then across this, there are these extraordinary like roofs. It's very much, I don't know if you guys know Gottfried Semper's 4 Elements of Architecture, where you're nodding, so you know the mound, the hearth, the roof and structure, and the skin. And it might be quite instructive to think about the building that way, that the landscape is this sort of mound that you've made, that the roof is in structure is allowed to kind of flow freely, and then enclosure is similarly kind of free. And that somehow each of these is grounded with a constructional and material character, as well as a spatial one. And like, I love these kind of fields that you've made, but I also want to see how they're set up in relationship to an interior condition. And it seems like your interest is more in a planimetric shape than it is in an experiential one. Like, these drawings are wonderful, but I wish that you had them as a kind of interior condition looking into this landscape, you know? I mean, I think the housing must have been the last thing you got to, because it comes from a very different kind of architectural character, where these kind of enclosed houses that are like row houses seem not to do with engaging the landscape so much. But the other buildings are very much sort of these open Semperian-like buildings that can be free in the landscape. And I like them a lot in that way. I mean, I could go on, but I know, like, Alex, do we have time to continue, or?
We can take 5 more minutes, maybe for some closing comments.
Yeah, maybe if I could just build on some of those observations that Kevin was making about the landscaping and the topography. I think and also the detailing of the bamboo. I think some of these concerns can be addressed through drawing more representations of this building. And when you do that, you'll see that there might be some issues that you might want to change. So just drawing a detail connection between the column and the roof, drawing a detailed connection between the column and the foundation or whatever the column is going into. Showing that to us, like in a drawing, like a detail, right? Just showing those moment-to-moment tectonics, right, will just help alleviate some of these questions for us and also for you as a designer. And then you'll see what's working and what's not working with the proposal in terms of the architecture, some of the architectural ideas. I think that you really, really need like a axon of the site or some kind of three-dimensional drawing of the entire site with the buildings so that we can see quite clearly the relationship between this variable topography and the garden and the buildings distributed across the landscape, because it is a very fascinating topographical shift that goes across the site, and we can see that, you know, in your sections, but I think it would be really helpful just for you in for this project if you did one of those kinds of representations, and we can start to see it in these perspectives, but we don't really ever get a holistic view of how the topography is shifting so drastically in a sort of more embodied way, or a more, even if you did a perspective from somewhere else on the landscape, like looking from the top of that mountain down at the site or something, just to see, oh wow, this is really like a crazy kind of landscape. We really didn't do any grading here. I guess the amount of grading that you did is unclear to me, because in your plans, you maintain the topo line, and the topo line goes across all of your buildings. So for me, I'm like, is that a mistake, or are you intentionally trying to convey the idea that you didn't actually change the site anywhere, and this buildings just sit very lightly, maybe on pilotis, floating above the landscape? Or are you grading the landscape below where the buildings are located? If you're grading the landscape, then you wouldn't be drawing the topo lines the way you were drawing them, or they might just disappear where the building is going.
Yeah, I think for that especially, we wanted to hit as little like disturbance, because that was something for our mid review. We kind of embedded our project into the ground a lot of places. So for this one, for like the greenhouses, having those, like you were saying, like basically as little disturbance and in between those grading as possible to not mess with this, because Sean told us a lot about soil and how important that is to this site, and so we didn't really want to disturb that as much as we could.
I think it's very smart to have sited most of the buildings along the contours. I think there's a logic to the site planning that is actually very smart. But then you know, as you look at it more carefully, like for example, in I think it was the Lilikoi fields, like if you look at the kind of plan of that, that's not that drawing, you'll see you have these kind of rows, like a kind of vineyard of them. And then the way the building that's adjacent to them, you have to look at the plan of that shows the Lilikoi field. I think it is not the purple thing. I think it is like in slide 18. I think you just missed it. Like you see that the direction of those fields you made, that these kind of almost like contour like shapes, that you're clearly infatuated with these kind of fanning shapes. But then if you look at the way you've delineated the building, right, there's a solid wall and bathrooms there. Like that, I would have thought, for example, might have been an extraordinary phenomenal place to see out along those conditions, right? Right? Like I mean, I just feel like that's one way that the architecture and the landscape can start to it can start to intertwine. You know, you're doing these things that are odd, like in the purple potato fields, you said they had to be spaced 3 or 4 feet apart. But if you look at your spacing, it sways, right? It's this kind of artistic hand where they get wider in some places and thinner in other places. There's no, presumably there is no agricultural reason to do that, right? You said that they need 3 or 4 feet apart, right? But they're clearly much wider in some places. So that's like you're interested in planting in a way that is artistic, like Alex said at a certain point, think like an artist. And then how does that actually engage the buildings? You know, like I love that. I mean, I think it is mannered, incredibly mannered. Like I can't imagine a gardener ever planting in those shapes. But then I could imagine if, as these flower, as they start to show up, how beautiful that would be to perceive it, right? I mean, what an amazing thing! It is like Lady Bird Johnson's wildflower, highway beautification plan. Like, what an extraordinary concept to plant these plants in a pattern that is not about functionality or ease or something like that, but is actually about beauty. But then it seems like from these observation conditions, you want to be able to be aware of them. And you make these observation towers, but they're not actually about viewing that. And to me, that's like a way that you start to join landscape and architectural form. Right. And
thank you so.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Ken. No, I'm sorry to interrupt because this is a fascinating conversation and we could continue for an hour, but I do want to give, enough time to the second project. I just wanted to say one thing, that I think we're only able to have this conversation to this degree of depth because of the amount of work that you guys have done, and I really wanted to commend you on the research that you've done and the attention that you've paid to the plants and really understanding them. And even though the architectural component still seems diagrammatic in various ways, you considering the amount of time that we actually dedicated to the architecture, which was much less than in a normal studio, I think that you've managed to get to a point where we can actually talk about architecture in a meaningful way. So I really thank you for that. But I think you've got many really important comments that you could take on. Were you able to have another go at this project, if this was your first master plan? So thank you, thanks a lot, and thank you for all the comments, were very, very insightful.
Well, thank you to all the reviewers, and thank you, Alex, for the great
Thank you.
studio. This is me and Chris's last one, but I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
Josiah. Congrats. I learned a lot.
I eat uhi now and think about your project every time I do. So
It's great.
Okay, we have now Courtney and Eleanor. You can start whenever you're ready.
All right, I'll start to share the screen.
And please try to keep your presentation to kind of 15 minutes. If anything, maybe you guys were a little bit too relaxed in your presentation.
Oh, like as in the last time that we've presented to you?
No. I mean, sorry, I meant Chris and Josiah. I didn't mean you. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Let me put this. All right. So I'm Eleanor, and
I'm Courtney.
and this is the Kappa Center. And so to start off the presentation, I'd like to read the first half of this narrative. The second half will be covered in the other drawings. So the Kappa Center, or Kikowaiana Kappa, forms community through the revived Hawaiian art of kappa making. The production of kappa, a Hawaiian bark cloth, it was lost due to the arrival of Europeans to Hawaii in the late 1800s. But it was revived during the Hawaiian culture renaissance of the 1970s. So as a continuation of this renaissance, the Kappa Center is a space for people to engage with the continued development of kappa making. Not only does this restore the continued legacy of this Hawaiian treasure and the public's awareness of it, but it restores the connection between the human being and the plant, accomplished through engaging with the kappa making process from start to finish. And so we really wanted to engage with this because this is something that's been even developing more, even in the 2000s, early 2000s. There've been some, I guess, pioneering women who've been really trying to redevelop this.
And so the way that we ultimately like found the process of kappa making was we started the semester focusing on the Olona plant, which is endemic to Hawaii. And this plant is used to make cordage frequently. So like they take the stem and then they like separate the fibers and then they make cords out of it. And so then when we were researching some of the uses of the actual cordage, they use it a lot to sew together the kappa cloth. And so we thought that that was like a really interesting just like process to study more.
Yes. Yeah, and so since we're looking into kappa and the importance of kappa, this is the vauke, or in English, it's the paper mulberry tree. And so the bast that you use to make kappa is actually extracted from the vauke stem. Also, one thing we wanted to note is that in the Pacific Islands, tapa, which is also bark cloth, is a very common, cloth. However, what makes this specific to Hawaii is the fact that it goes through a fermentation process, as well as boulder pigments and a water marking process that's specific to the production of it, which we'll show you in a moment.
So the Olona and the Wauke were two plants that we really wanted to populate on our site and that would be really important to have because of the kappa making process. And then also there were more plants that are used to dye the fabric frequently. And so we kind of decided which ones, like the growth conditions were the most applicable to our site. And so we chose the kukui tree, which they use the bark to make red dye and then like some like flowers or from it to make like browns and black dyes. And then the olapa, which is used to make blue dye. And then the olena, which is like turmeric. They take like the roots to make yellow dye. So these are some more plants that like we would have on our site.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so just to briefly take you through the kappa making process. So, you have to just extract the vauke stem, scrape off the outer bark in order to extract the bast, which is essentially the inner bast. Then you're going, the inner bark rather. Then you want to soak this in water for 10 days to soften it. Then there's a first round of beating with a hohoa that you use that to loosen the fiber. Then you ferment it for about 2 weeks. This is a step that's very specific to kappa making in Hawaii versus, tapa in other Pacific islands. This helps to soften and mat the fabric together. And then you'll have a final beating process. It's actually very similar to felting if you guys are familiar with the felting process. And then this is just the various ways that you can go about kind of post-producing kappa. So, so now kind of translating what we've presented to you regarding the production of kappa into, our design, like how we, use that to inform our design process. When you first get kappa, it's a stiff roll of bast, but by going through this lengthy process, because it should be said that this is a time-consuming process, it becomes something that's very soft and pliable and flexible. And so translating that into our design, so we're just going to be showing you all some diagrams. So same with the circulation, it'll start in a very direct way and begin to curve and fragment into multiple paths.
And then with the building massing, similarly, it starts as like the program starts as one like centralized building and then gets more broken up as you move throughout the site. And then also here looking at the structural system we chose. So obviously like the first group talked about bamboo grows frequently on the site. And so we're looking at like kind of a simple column and beam like grid structure. And so with like those heavier massing buildings, they would be this like right here, you see the like clusters of bamboo to create columns and beams that would be like 1 foot thickness, and each of those are like 4 inches, as you see over here. And so like with this, each building, like as it gets smaller, the columns like become smaller and are like more individualized, like
more like
elements of bamboo. Yeah.
Yeah. And then now just for the sake of contextualization, obviously the Hawaiian Islands, we're situated on Oahu. This is the city of Kaneohe. And then over here to the left of the site indicated, our site is indicated in red.
So these are some just precedents that we looked at for materiality, kind of showing like what we talked about with the structural system here. Just shows like these, this like framing that we found of bamboo, like clusters into columns, and then like how it turns into like smaller elements as you get into these like smaller buildings. And then also just looking at how bamboo is used to make screens here. And yeah. And so this is just showing kind of like the users that we identified that would be coming to our site. So you'd either have short-term visitors who come and just interact with how the kappa is made. And so we had for like the program that they would interact with, a market space where they would, and then like a coffee and cafe shop. So more like shopping oriented, they would come and like temporarily use that. And then also an exhibition space to further like study how kappa is made, more like where products that are created at the center can like be put on display, or maybe like presentations would take place. And then also apprentices and staff. So these would be people who like live on site, who are really like, they're the ones actually making the kappa, and they're like would be there for like 6 months essentially to a year, like something like that, just like really study and like be familiarized like with this process. And so program that would be applicable to them would be dwelling, obviously like places for them to live, and then gathering to just like spend time in community and like cook, like a kitchen, etc. And then the spaces that kind of like both would interact in would be the transformation space, where the wauke and other plants are turned into kappa, and then like offices and storage, and then also the cultivation area, which would be outdoor, but it's where all of like our specific plants that we're growing would grow, and they would take those into the transformation space to be used as to make the kappa. And then the short-term visitors would also like come just to see that process and be more familiarized with it. So
yes. And so so here's an overall a plan of what we're doing here. So again, this is guided by that principle of hard to soft, you know, direct to less indirect. The first space is the marketplace and exhibition space, and it has a very prominent, you know, perpendicular linear relationship, you know, to just the site boundaries, but eventually the building masses are, you know, we see them start to be broken up along with the topography, and when we get to the dwellings here in the back of the site, it's in direct response to the contour lines. We were wanting that part of the site to be just in complete response to the natural site conditions.
And yeah, so experientially, someone would enter the site, and then like for visitors, there would be parking over here, and then they would like approach this building and kind of walk up, and then like they could interact with the cafe and the exhibition space, and then like they would keep going, and then as they like exit through this direct axis, there's the cultivation area, which is like here and here. And so that's where like our actual like plants would be growing. And so it would be just kind of like a more organic like process of interacting with those. And then, yeah, walking through like by the transformation space and being able to like see what's going on in there. And then as like a apprentice or like you're staying for a long time, there's this access road, and then parking would be over here. And then like there's approaches to the actual dwellings that are more separate. And then all of these like plants over here, just like bamboo that's currently on the site.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So now looking more in depth at like the actual program. So this would be kind of like the initial entry, and then people would just get, these are to represent like the various plants that we're using to make as like the process, the kappa process. And so this is like kind of initial introduction to those in like a landscaped way. And then these are market spaces where apprentices could sell some of the kappa products that they've made to visitors who come. And then this is just a cafe space for visitors to like spend time in, grab a bite to eat. And then over here, we chose to put these revolving doors because this is like, these spaces would be conditioned, but then these kind of like could remain open to create just like interaction between these two spaces, because we wanted this exhibition space on the right to be really flexible. And so that it could potentially house like performances or whatever, just like things that they would need. And so this like becomes kind of a connection between these two spaces to where they could also use this outdoor like super large patio for a variety of functions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a flexible space.
Oh, and then also the plants, then as you like move through this way, on the site, you start seeing, this would be the wauke, and then this would be the olona. So starting to like be able to, visitors would be able to like walk in those spaces and interact like more closely with the plants and see them kind of growing more naturally.
Yes. So we'll now show you when you're initially approaching this market and exhibit space, this is what you're going to be seeing. And in these sections, all that is in color just kind of represents what is living. So what's important about this space is that this is, for the visitor, this is their first contact with kappa, and where they'll first get to experience it, get interested in it. And here we have a section cutting through the cafe on the left and the exhibit on the right. And as you can see, Courtney was already indicating these in the plan, but in green, you start to see, the vauke and the olona that is growing in that patch behind the market and exhibit space.
So then as the user would progress through the site, this would be the transformation space where the apprentices would actually turn these plants into olona. And so we have like, as someone approaches, they would start seeing, this is olena, which grows like more in clusters and in like smaller patches. And then these other plants, olona is like, grows well in the shade. So it's usually planted like with taller trees. And so we had it more like organic to where people could just walk around and like experience that. But so someone would,
Courtney, where's the olana?
Oh, sorry. I thought that my mouse was showing up. Oh, let me grab this. The olena is right there. And then the olona is this plant right here. And then these are some like wauke and kukui trees. And so those all like would grow more in relation to each other, where this one would be more like in like distinct patches. And so this kind of shows just like the entry into like a workshop space and sinks for like dyeing and for rinsing the olona fibers. And then some people would go out here to cultivate these plants and bring them in. And then this is an outdoor transformation space for the kappa process involves the beating, as we talked about. And so that would be like louder. So that would be not conditioned space. And then these sliding doors right here would be able to be remained open so that this space like connects to the outside more. And then over here we have offices on like this area and storage that would also be able to connect to the outside, so the materials could be like stored in there and whatnot, like things that are just needed for the transformation process.
Yes, and I know that we already have reached 15 minutes, so I guess we can just try and be more concise as we go on. But here are yes, the sections of this transformation space. This one's highlighting that outdoor area that Courtney was just mentioning, where there'll be the beating of the kappa on stone and wooden anvils. You know, back here you can start to see, you know, someone, let's see, that's the wrong annotation tool. Somebody harvesting from the olena, you know, the olena tree, which produces blue dye. Here we have the kukui. Here's some representation of the small patches of olena or turmeric that would take place on the site. Let's see. Okay, there we go. And now this is cutting through the indoor portion of the building. And just wanted to say briefly that our reason for situating the transformation space on this part of the site is because it's essentially the peak of the site, you know, excluding this area, which leads to up to the, you know, the Ko'olau mountain range, which surrounds our whole site. This is kind of in the center. And so we wanted it to be there because this is where everything takes place. It's, yeah, kind of where the magic happens.
You should be wrapping up, Eleanor.
Mm.
And then this is the gathering space for the apprentices who live there, just like community kitchen. They could cook if they needed to, and then outdoor dining and just like areas to play games, spend time together and whatnot. And then just showing like having areas to still like, instead of like having the plants there to be used and to be like cultivated, just still like having patches, like more organic patches of them to just like be able to enjoy the plants and their beauty.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then these are the dwellings where the apprentices would stay. So each would have its own path, and so that it's kind of like they would have the gathering space to all spend time together, and then they would have like more secluded individual dwellings for when they like needed to be alone. So this is just showing like kind of how the dwellings are situated, and then they're in line like with the topography. So that's how the decisions were made on like the orientation of each of those.
Mm-hmm. And they were positioned in such a way that each dwelling would have their own view out into the mountain range. And so, all right, oh, my bad. There we go. All right, so this is actually our final slide. Just a section going through the gathering space and the dwelling. So on the right, you can see how the dwelling is dug into the ground in response to the site and the topography. We wanted to do that because we didn't want to, I guess, create stairways for the apprentices to get into their individual homes. We just wanted you to be able to walk on the ground. We have a stream here. This is actually located in a valley within our site, and we chose to put the gathering space there and direct some water that would already be flowing in this direction. So those are some of the decisions that we made there. And yes, that concludes the presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Eleanor and Courtney. I really loved how you began. I thought that was really an elegant way to begin the project, and this metaphor that you developed from the material itself, I thought was really nice as a design, an analogical design kind of idea, going from hard to soft. I thought that was really nice because you were engaging directly with this cultural artifact, which is being revived. But I was anticipating that would occur at multiple scales across your design thinking. It seems like you've deployed this idea from hard to soft only at the site scale, like very zoomed out here, where you just it kind of helped you create a visual kind of approximation of things starting out oriented towards some kind of grid on the left side, and then progressively loosening themselves from a grid. It seems like that's how you've interpreted this analogy you've set up, which I think is a very good analogy. I wish you could like show us in more ways how you've implemented that analogy in the design thinking. So one way, even at this scale, which I think could help, is just to show us like what is hard and what is soft, and maybe that means showing us some kind of grid that this thing is sitting on, and then showing us how it becomes loose against the grid. You know, when you look at the speculative designs of Archizoom and No Stop City, there's a very rigid grid against which life happens, and life is very loose, and architecture is very hard. So that's just like one kind of precedent to think about, how there's a rigidity and then there's a softness, and it happens at different scales. I was anticipating that this would happen maybe in the tectonics of the building when you said that you were working with bamboo. And I was anticipating that maybe when when you showed us that diagram of the bamboo assembly, I liked that you started thinking about that. There's still a lot of questions about how the bamboo is like going back to what Kevin was saying for the last project, how the bamboo actually is connecting to one another, and then how it engaged with itself and then with other things, big questions. But just if you're going to think at this diagrammatic level, even, I think you can bring in your analogy, the hard to soft here, and think about ways that you can, I mean, bamboo is pliable, okay?
Yeah.
That's one of the biggest things about bamboo, is it's pliable, but it doesn't, it has a certain, like at some point it will snap, right? You can bend it to a certain degree, and I'm sure it depends on how you treat it and how thick it is and what origin it's from and the climate. I'm sure there's all these factors that account for how much you can bend bamboo. But if that was like your idea at the scale of the building assembly to implement hard to soft, you can like start, you can go on a gradient of like, some parts of the building are going to be on the side of the site that's rigid. The assembly is going to have very orthogonal connections. All of the members are going to be straight across. But then as we move across the site, the building itself starts to implement more pliable assemblies of the bamboo. And it like starts to convey that not just at the site master plan level, but at the scale of the building assembly, which is more of a thing that people can engage with and understand.
That's really good. Yeah.
And then one more thing is, I really like this artifact. I think it's fascinating, and I think that you have an opportunity to use it more in both your representations, it doesn't appear. I loved this stuff. I thought this was amazing. But when it comes to the building design, you have opportunities to use the logic of this artifact to help you make design decisions, like what's happening on the facade, right? Is the facade its own system that, you know, in a very Gottfried Semper way, as Kevin brought up before, textiles are like held in tension on bamboo structure, for example, and these like, you know, typical historical examples. Like, could you actually use the kappa in the building design itself to like, for some kind of shading device, for some kind of facade device, for some kind of room divider, for the like interior design, you know, for how can you use it in the building design? Could you even abstract the patterns, the traditional patterns that are used, and use that in some kind of way? In, you know, David Ajay in a project, I'm sure you saw David's lecture here, but
Yes.
I'm gonna just remind you, I just sent a link in the chat. You know, in David's team and did research on like traditional African-American, you know, ornamental designs, and they found this one iron grate ornamental design that was like handcrafted by a very like skilled African-American craftsman, and they abstracted the design into a facade panel design. So they like started with this historical artifact, and then they did some abstraction and then created a standardized panel that was used on the facade of the African-American History Museum in DC. So that's like one example. And then the Andean architect, Freddie Mamani, works with traditional Andean textile patterns and implements them on the facade of the building designs.
Adam, do you mind, Adam, just dropping the name of this architect in the chat? That would be great.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Sorry, we only have 15 minutes left.
Stop.
Freddie Mamani is.
No, I just go ahead, Antonio. Sorry.
No.
I just wanted to give an opportunity to all critics to kind of say something before we wrap up. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Adam, if you got cut off, but I think you were closing up. Maybe I can jump in here quickly. And I mean, following up on what Adam was saying, since Kevin also before brought up Gottfried Semper, I think in this case it worth looking at his depiction of the primitive Caribbean hat, which I think is that was related to how it was exhibited in London in the 19th century. But the traditional Caribbean architecture has a lot also in common with traditional Hawaiian vernacular architecture. I mean, despite all the distinctions that we could do, and it highlights this analogy with that prototypical, archetypical bamboo hut. The fact that, despite the fact that we think of bamboo architecture to be like light and when it is more organic, I mean, there's a lot of buildings that try to make organic bamboo construction to make them seem more natural. I think instead, like to have less impact or to make it more truthful, also to the vernacular way of using bamboo architecture, is to make them as simple as possible. No, so I think that the decision of making like this very, very kind of clean constructions is a good choice. And the idea of making the thickness of the construction very related to the size of the buildings So using 1, 2, or 3 poles of bamboo in relationship to the span of the construction, then that for me highlights this idea of softness, of lightness, no, more than being like a, let's say, a metaphorical softness of appearing soft. This is a more construction element of lightness, no, and therefore softness on the impact on the environment. And in this sense, also at the beginning, it appeared to me counterintuitive that the pitch of the roofs was actually not opening up to the view of the valley, but actually that also resonates with the idea that in the end, like all the roofs are gonna have less impact in the view, in the whole perception of this landscape. No, they all follow the slope and they sort of try to stay as much as possible hidden. No, so in this sense, somehow it appears to me that the architecture tries to take a step back and have the least impact possible, both in construction terms, being lifted on stills, and in volumetric terms, being as low as possible and like following the slope, and then also in plan trying to follow the topographic development of the site. So yeah, in this sense, I think that's a valid choice, and maybe I'll leave Kevin a little bit of space, and then we can do another round of comments.
Well, I saw
that. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, I just wanted to say, yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, the intention was that the landscape would be more of the show versus the buildings, and even the roofs are in response to rainfall as well as the site. So because everything would be flowing in that direction. So yeah, that was a choice.
I mean, I so appreciated those comments, Antonio, and I think they're really right on. Actually, Adam's as well. Like Adam, I really love that drawing of the way that the material is taken from the tree. I love the whole beginning of the project. I mean, it was such a powerful thought, this kappa cloth. I wish you had a similar drawing that took it from the harvesting to the making, because you talk about that at the beginning, where it turns into this cultural artifact. Like, I think you could have another 8 slides like this that shows how it's turned from this into those incredible fabrics. And I think that would have taken you a long way to starting to imagine how you make the architectural transformation from this incredible discovery you guys made. Like, I mean, it's pregnant with possibilities, and it just has so many architectural opportunities, but then there's this problem of how you take this into architecture. And I think actually beginning with like Adam's advice, like the last one about drawing, like continuing this way of drawing into how the artifacts are made, the kappa cloths, would have started you there. And I feel like there were some, I mean, I'm sure the snowstorm we had this semester and like all the additional research for a normal studio, like just was not the right semester to have 10 days taken off in the middle, right? Probably when you were making that transformation from, research into building. But it's always a problem, but it's this kind of fascinating thing that Alex has given you guys, like to start with this deep research that's so embedded in a culture and in a natural condition. And you guys hit the nail right in the head, but then sort of stumbled in trying to figure out how to make this into a kind of architectural project. So to begin with, I feel like looking more at how this turned into a cultural artifact could have helped in just the way Adam talked about. I think some of the things that were odd were like you have 2 things that are guiding you. One is this sort of site plan, and another is this constructional plan. For the site plan, I feel like I'm not sure. I see it more as a space planning condition than an actual site plan. This idea of like where you would programmatically put pieces, and there's a smartness to it that you'd have the residences dealing directly with their contours, kind of organized in their very local condition, and then tied back to this centralized spine, and that the buildings, like as they get more institutional, have more of a presence in contrast to the landscape, right? And so in a way, the experience of your of your landscape is very much like the experience of taking the natural plant conditions and turning it into this cultural construct. You're doing it in reverse. You start with this cultural construct on the landscape and sort of deconstruct into these sort of natural buildings that more and more dissolve into the landscape. I think along this narrative linear route seems like a beautiful poetic kind of a relationship to the artifact itself. And clearly, like, your institutional building at the front is the one that is fighting the contours the most, and at the end these things are meant to blend in more. But the actual buildings themselves, I feel like, are really just programmatic, and it's more like a bubble diagram than it is a site plan. And I feel like I don't want to treat it as more than that, because I think just even the shapes, like the rectangles and things, are kind of odd. The structural conditions, when you see it in plan and in section, and even in that bundled bamboo diagram, really are the key to that, I think. And you guys do these things where we're like almost indiscriminately, sometimes showing these bundled columns in a wall, other times showing them free from walls. Like in some of the buildings, they sit inbound of walls, and the walls are more like Semper's skin, that they're just free around them. Sometimes they delineate spatial conditions. Sometimes they just provide a larger cover, and they don't seem to discriminate between when you would need a larger span or a shorter span, right? You just have this pitched roof on everything. And I feel like part of the problem, we go to your diagram of those bundled beams.
Yes.
Part of the problem is this, right? And it's the precedence you were looking at, that we're basically trying to turn bamboo into more traditional timber elements, right? Like, go to your precedent quickly then,
Okay.
right? Which is a pretty mundane version of using bamboo. Right? I mean, these are trying to look more like heavy timber construction, right? Particularly the one on the top left, where they've bundled them together to make them kind of posts and beams, right? As opposed to something that actually is more like the material, like that. Like, you should look at the bamboo structures from Fry Otto. I mean, he has this whole textbook on it, but more than the way they're joined, even, which is so important, is just even how they're conceived of. In your condition, now go to your plan of that slide 18, the next one. What's the difference in your spanning condition when you've got a long span condition here, which happens here, it happens here. Oops, I'm sorry. I don't know why I always seem to lose my pencil, but happens here, as opposed to that span condition, as opposed to a kind of cantilever or one right on the edge. And I feel like you might, if you looked at it more like the way they move the material into the fabric, you would come up with an invention rather than relying on this sort of actually quite traditional, more European-based way of building. And I would look at Fry Otto. I would look at Shigeru Ban, who's done some work, particularly with schools with bamboo, or just even look at the indigenous structures that are more like the things that Antonio and I were referring to earlier, that Semper was referencing. These things that actually might cantilever with just one piece of bamboo. When they need more, they bind more together. Or the living bridges. We had a lecture recently on those living bridges that you might have attended. Like, I feel like there's a wealth of knowledge for how form might get generated, rather than orthogonal buildings that just like you're putting in columns and just saying they're made of bamboo. And I feel like it's all in front of you. It's just you got the rug pulled out from under you with the loss of time and with whatever else is happening in your personal lives in your semester. But I would think about the structural condition as one more like sorry, I have a cold. More like Judith Chaffee's Ramada House, or more like this sort of larger enclosure, and that the local conditions of how things are embedded in the ground or how they sit across the ground are actually the real architectural ones. Like this building that fights the topography and stands in contrast to it, like the patterns of the kappa cloth, as opposed to the ones later where they're partially embedded and they have this minimal footprint. How tight could you get that ceiling? Like Antonio was talking about, like, could it really almost dissolve? Should it be an orthogonal geometry? You know, should it be starting to fray? And I feel like you've got everything there in front of you, but it's more like a diagram still. And I think you're not looking at the right examples to try and find form.
Well, I would like to give, Sean, maybe a couple of minutes to make comments if you have any, Sean, before we wrap up. But I agree that there's just so many different ways of working with bamboo, and I think they were very attracted to the precedents from VTN, where actually bamboo is used in an orthogonal way. So, but I could totally see how this could start being differentiated more, in relation to a span. So there is definitely a lot that you could do to go beyond the diagram. Sean, do you have any closing comments?
Sorry,
yeah, go ahead.
Just a quick parenthesis. No, I mean, since, for example, Alicia and I lived for 10 years in Southeast Asia, where there's a lot of construction in bamboo in many different forms. I think actually it's a tricky question, because I think most of the traditional architecture in bamboo is actually an orthogonal organization in the lower part, and then it's true that in the roof then there's a lot of different movements happening, both in terms of kind of hyperboloids or arches, or there are normal pitch roofs. So there's a bit of everything, but a lot of the traditional ones, I think across the whole world, not only in Southeast Asia, are very orthogonal in the bottom part. So what you are mentioning, Aleksandra.
Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, Sean, you are the closing word. If he's still there, is Sean here?
Oh yes, hello.
You are okay. Sorry, I couldn't see you.
I'm trying to click the mute button.
It's okay.
I don't have too much to add. I really appreciated what Adam, Antonio, and Kevin had to offer. I will sort of say that I guess I did make a note about I like the diagram of how you were like the concept of your building structure in terms of the sort of bundling of material. I think one thing that would have, well, you have olona and then you have kappa, which is essentially, in terms of typology, you have olona on the cord, which involves twisting, and then the kappa, which involves sort of like a mashing. I just, wonder how could that have informed the application of bamboo in terms of bamboo that twists and then bamboo that's maybe somehow mashed. And then programmatically, how does the concept of twisting and mashing influence your program? You did a lot of work, and it's a short amount of time, but part of the magic of architecture is making those sort of like conceptual links between material and the non-material. And so I would just encourage you, as you go along in your future studies, to be courageous and take sort of leaps and really foster your creativity, because you only live one life. So yeah, architecture is can be as beautiful as you allow it to be.
Well, that's a good closing comment to end the session with. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Sean, Kevin, Adam, and Antonio. I know I will see Sean and Rick later, but I wanted to thank you all for your amazing comments and for spending this time with us. And I will see you guys at 12:30 again.
Thanks, Alex. It's a beautiful project. Such a beautifully set out project. Like, I think you all need to go to Hawaii to see the site in particular.
I know, I wish. Thank you so much. Thanks.
And I left another reference in the chat before you turn it off. Right?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for having us, and congrats also to go through the semester, all all online kind of presents a big challenge. And I think, just one trip there with all this knowledge about the specific plants and material would have changed a lot your relationship with those techniques. And so I think that's also something that is very, very visible. And, in future projects that would be very different when you have a relationship with the place.
Yeah.
But
thank you.
Given the present condition.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
It was great to see you guys. Bye.
And nice to meet you,
Bye.
Kevin.
Nice to meet you, Antonio. John.
Hi, Aleksandra. Thanks.
Ciao, Antonio. Grazie.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Ciao. Okay, guys, I'll see you at 12:30. Okay.
Diversity. It is a very important species for many pollinators, serving as their primary habitat, as well as several other endangered tree species. And as well, its propensity to absorb water helps to recharge aquifers and protects the area's watersheds.
Due to its strength and widespread growth, ohia lehua wood was a frequent material used for the erection of structures. The wood was commonly used for posts and rafters in traditional Hawaiian hale or homes.
Ohia is undergoing an unprecedented crisis at the moment. It's currently being afflicted by what's known as rapid ohia death. This is caused by the fungus ceratocystis, which disrupts the water flow within the ohia lehua tree. And this disease is very rapidly spread throughout forests and can kill a tree within a matter of about 2 weeks. So as a result, we've seen a big decline in the cultural usages of the ohia lehua, and there is currently an order issued prohibiting the transfer of the lehua between the islands.
He ali'i ka aina he kaua ke kanaka. Land is the chief and man is its servant. Similar to the crisis affecting ohia, there's a vast disparity for access to healthcare between Native Hawaiians and other demographics. Along with that, research shows that seedlings of the ohia may be resistant to rapid ohia death. So the ohia can now begin to heal. And to support this time of healing, we propose a project as a Hawaiian healing space in which guests come to heal themselves, the land, and the threatened lehua. This project comes with precedent, as spaces and organizations like Ho'oluaina and Kalihi Valley already take part in the reciprocal relationship between land and Hawaiians, expressing culture through Hawaiian healing and land management. The center accompanies this through the provision of traditional Hawaiian healing practices like la'au lapa'au or plant medicine, ho'oponopono or healing relationships, or lomi lomi as massage therapy. The Healing Center is located in Haiku Valley in He'ia, Oahu. He'ia is an i'i or subdivision of the Kaneohe Ahu Poa'a on the windward side of Oahu, running from Mauka to Makai, mountain to ocean. Historically, it is a region with considerable agricultural and marine uses, home to several taro patches and the He'ia local Hawaiian fish pond. Today, He'ia is a suburban community, home to a number of Hawaiian-based schools and organizations dedicated to land management, cultivation, and education. The Healing Center accompanies and supports these other initiatives as a Hawaiian space for reflection, healing, and invigoration through the fostering of an intentional relationship with the land.
To truly get to know one's land, it's really important to observe the natural patterns and cycles and record them in memory. In Hawaiian, this integration and observation of the land is called kilo. And it is when one takes note of things such as the wind, the tides, rains, celestial occurrences. Another example is the Hawaiian lunar calendar. And so these observations help practitioners tell when to plant or harvest certain crops or when to cultivate medicinal plants, the best days for fishing, things of that nature. And in the practice of kilo, it's very important to take observations from the same place, to have visible site markers such as mountain peaks. And that way you can more accurately assess the cycles of the land. And we use kilo throughout to inform our project.
So we envision the center to have two main types of guests. Day visitors can schedule healing assessments with on-site practitioners performing lomi lomi or ho'oponopono, or to also pick from the medicinal plants la'au lapa'au. Long-term guests seeking to heal from various illnesses or sufferings can stay at the facility scheduled around the 28-day lunar calendar. These guests will take part in the Hawaiian healing process while participating in caring for the land, tending to the different planting nodes, and experiencing all of what the Aina has to offer. Our site as it stands today is currently overgrown with the likes of several invasive species like strawberry, guava, and bamboo. So through an analysis of the current land formations on site, we identified certain areas and shapes and points of elevation that allow guests different forms of participation in the project. We arrived on 3 main planting zones that replaced the current invasives on site based on slight changes in the land elevation. And then with a flatter communal path operating as a path of least resistance. And then by tending to the land and its plant life within these zones, visitors center care, the visitors to the center care for and heal themselves.
These 3 zones consist of an agricultural area, a medicinal plant grove, and a very celebrated ohia grove. And each of these zones will have an accompanying greenhouse or space to grow saplings. As the plants continue to grow over time, we will incrementally be clearing the surrounding invasives and replanting these zones with the respective plants. And eventually, as these plants continue to mature and we grow more, we will see the rest of the site being infilled with this native reforestation. Eventually, with this process, we foresee it projecting throughout the island and taking these areas that have had to be clear cut and resiting the new ohia lehua saplings. So our site is experienced along this primary path that remains level because it follows the contours. It links these 3 zones and the program is arrayed along it. They're organized as either gateways across the path, bridging between zones dependent on their program or function, or as celebrated destinations along the path. And our journey of healing begins at the entry gate. Here, the guests arrive to a very simple space that has areas to clean their shoes and wash their hands. This is in order to ensure that the fungus does not spread into the site. And this is actions that are being taken currently when people are entering forests around the state. And framed by this entry gate is an ohia lehua tree. This will be the first one we plant on the site. And this is to explicitly express and kind of reframe visitors' mindsets of the importance of this ohia and the importance of caring for it and protecting it, as well as ensuring that they're kind of entering the site with the correct frame of mind for their own healing journey. And this act of washing your hands, cleaning your shoes, ensuring that is also an act to symbolically begin your healing process and enter the site from your own personal problems as well.
So the first arrival on the Malka, or toward the mountainside of the site, is the agricultural zone. Here we can see the space for cooking and some gardening spaces and cooking spaces, as well as interior, exterior cooking spaces, and also places to enjoy your meal. Accompanying the eating area would be small office spaces for support staff assisting with the healing center. And then next we arrive at the apothecary and medicinal zone. Here one could envision medicinal plants like noni or olena, which are turmeric, being grown and then being processed at the apothecary across the path to make fermentations, tinctures, and various medicines.
And clustered at the bottom of the medicinal zone, we have our residences. These are for the longer term guests, and these units are incredibly simple spaces with room for a little more than just a bed and a desk. These units are inspired by the traditional hale construction, which was typically done, as Amir mentioned at the beginning, using the ohia lehua. But given the current restrictions, we're very interested in having our project, the Healing Center, being built with the invasive species of lumber, such as mangrove, albizia, bamboo, strawberry, guava. We're able to find these across the islands, but also specifically on our site for some of these. So we think primarily the strawberry guava would be a particularly good wood to use for this construction. It is a cousin of the ohia lehua, and we thus find it very fitting to use it in the wood rafters or the screen construction in much in the way that the ohia lehua traditionally would have been. And then part of the roofing structure would be thatched using palms or grasses in the traditional way. And here you can see this cluster of residential units with visitors, both long-term and potentially, day visitors, harvesting from that medicinal grove for their own uses. And then at the intersection of the medicinal zone and the ohia, celebrated ohia grove, we have our main lomi lomi and care structure. So this is a very open space with a double height roof, and this open air sort of pavilion-esque area works both as an outdoor massage lomi lomi area or simply a main primary gathering space as needed. Off the side, there are two smaller, more intimate spaces where more private forms of healing, massage, conversations may need to take place.
The last zone on the site is the ohia grove, and along the path, a visitor will encounter a water structure or fountain as an ode to the importance of ohia, to the health of the aquifers, and it's also an important point of reflection and pause for people that are walking the site and the various paths. Past this pool and the sapling greenhouse, one arrives at the Kilo observation space built on the highest area on site. The space provides for observation of the world and self. On a certain day, the space aligns with the constellation Makali'i, or the Pleiades, signaling the start of the Hawaiian New Year and harvesting season, also known as Makahiki. And speaking the same language as the entry gate, the intimacy of the space reminds the visitors why they are there. So this is how it's aligned with the Pleiades, and then also with the sunset. So, Heli ka'aina he kaua ke kanaka. Land is the chief, man is its servant. And then thank you to the people at Ho'olaina who had me and showed me around and basically inspired the part of the project. So thank you.
Thank you, Amir and Amaya. Thanks. I don't know if Coleman is here or not. David, Alicia, Sean, whenever you want to jump in.
Yes, let me just start. Thanks a lot for your presentation. It was really, really nice, and it was, by chance, it was one of the projects I saw in midterm, and it has developed so much that, I mean, I personally find a lot of improvement and development from the first version. And maybe I would like, I can start highlighting some aspect that I found particularly intriguing and interesting, and maybe add a few observations about that. I mean, first of all, this plant itself has intrigued me a lot in its characteristics, no? The fact that it comes in this different dimension and shapes, and it seems to be like so fragile, no? But at the same time with such a degree of personality. It's yeah, an extremely interesting plant to look carefully at, no? But maybe just moving a little bit on your projects, I found that in the development of it, a much probably sensitive attention to the landscape and the way in which you have organized your strategies along that line, especially also in relation to the tectonic choice that you have presented, and this idea of spanning strategies around time, and therefore time becoming a relevant aspect of your project, and also in a certain way approaching considerations that don't just belong to the notion of site that you have, is an interesting consideration that could relate. On maybe different notes or different aspects that are intriguing and can start to suggest further development. I mean, obviously, giving for granted that I guess it's a very interesting development in the time giving. Maybe can also align to this new specific tectonic and material choice of your huts. All this hatching and eventually, how could a certain set of reflection in relationship to the time component of your project could, like start to appear and interwoven, this hatch roof, I guess that could be, even considered as a potential agent that offer different degree of ventilations. In a lot of cases, these roofs microventilate, they breathe in a lot of time. I'm wondering, even if a slightly more, if there is any potential articulation on, micro opening or almost a different transitions in between what is considered as something that as a clear inside-outside relations, or something that goes in micro again. Definition of breathing could be something that you can consider, like beyond the idea of being conditioned or not. Hatches roofs in traditional architectures have been used again to maintain environment that are very dry inside and cool. I'm thinking about the tectonic of, for example, tobacco barns, that has a very specific way of stratifying certain skins that starts to perform in different way, according again to layers that are basically woven almost around. At the same time, maybe, like the use of certain materiality will require a certain degree of maintenance, that will appear over time, the act of, taking care of the roof, of repairing it. And maybe you can consider, like, again, how certain time considerations could, like relate to the process of like care, and could eventually, like connect to this set of reflection that starts to emerge in the care of the plant, and linked in a set of potential moments that might start to eventually also have a role, in the program that you are considering and mentioning. Maybe again, going back to the plant, I'm wondering if you could, using it a bit more strategically also in the landscape, understanding its different dimensions and also its role as, an agent within the ecosystemic environment that you are proposing. You, for example, show it as an attractor for pollinators, and I found myself, when I was living in the tropics, very much spending a lot of time in watching when, like similar plants were flourishing, like the butterfly, the honeybee, and all these, like sunbirds arriving, and feeding, on that. And I'm wondering almost, the idea of like using it as shrubs or in different parts can almost become a stage, to almost celebrate certain kind of wildlife and a direct involvement, with the visitors, that are actually, like engaged with the landscape, So how it can almost, like work as a component that as a particular agency in relation to the architectural, like element that you have inserted. Yeah, maybe I'm just right now leaving a word to the others, but yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. David, you're muted.
Maybe I'll jump in.
Yeah.
I see Sean there. Yeah, I really I like the project too, and something that Alicia just said about the pollinators. I know those birds really well, and because they're, they do pollinate particular species of tree, but they don't pollinate it in the zone of a site. They pollinate it because they're largely extirpated from those lowlands, right? And in part because of mosquitoes, and in part because of invasive other species and so forth. But they thrive at a certain level above a certain elevation, right? So that means the trees have to get up to above that elevation in order for the pollination to occur. And just that idea alone got me thinking about the part, like, I like the project a lot. And then for me, the question is, which way would the project go? Looking at it, what are the kinds of weaknesses as young architects? And for me, it has mostly to do with the kind of idea embedded in that problem of the trees, similar to the problem of how the crisis of the local environment means you might actually begin to rethink the systems by which the thing that you make gets meaning. So the planting, like the first significant thing that you guys do is plant a tree in a specific location, but in fact, that location is just a hopeful location for a future that might arrive or might not arrive, right? In that location, the number of pollinators. On the other hand, you could also imagine this kind of active idea of the trees being moved around the island and fundamentally having to, in order quite literally to get them to their pollinators and then bring them back. And it's just like beginning to think about, so much as I think the thing that to me that was the most interesting key to beginning to move your project, like the next stage of development, was the idea of kind of using invasive species for the structural frame, right? And going, all right, already the notion of the crisis in which we're operating requires us to rethink the mechanisms by which we both assemble and then mediate and then obtain meaning from the building itself. So for me, the parts about the project where I think you could push harder are actually material ones. I mean, the question, for example, of the frame is intriguing to me. It has, on a cultural level, actually I find it very interesting. It reminds me on the one hand of the Charles Moore House at Sea Ranch, which is and that's a kind of very, very intriguing connection on its own right. But for me, the kind of question of what that wood that you're actually talking about, what is sexual, this is the craziest thing for me to say, but like what is actual structural limits and restrictions are, like quite literally, like the minute you introduce another material, the question of like how it then becomes kind of operated on and what its potentials are and what its potentials are to develop a language. I mean, for me, the part about the project where I would push the hardest on you guys is about language, about where is the language of form coming from in your work. Right now, it just seems like a kind of sort of a kind of generic kind of stand-in, a kind of what was the word from chuggy? That was the word from this morning in the paper. A kind of chuggy kind of idea about form, you know, about the way a building, the way the material, the kind of lava, the way it's treated, the way it's kind of meant to mimic the kind of stone laying, and yet it's not, you know, it's not being done that way and so forth. And I think that's really the area to branch forward. I mean, I think the question that you have to make a kind of decision about is, does the crisis that you're describing warrant a kind of reinvention of the language, or does the program that you're describing require the kind of maintenance of a language? I mean, and right now you're sort of stuck in between. I mean, the invention of a language is you only use invasives and trash to build the thing from. You only use problems to build the solution, right? And then the kind of maintenance of the traditional ones that you somehow transform the kind of traditional building materials in a way that allows you to kind of reconceive them. And you're sort of trapped in between right now. I don't think it's a problem. I think it's a question of where the project has ended in the semester rather than where the potential of the project really is. But that's where I would push really hard. Like, what can you get from, are you really going to use lava laid up that way, you know, with those shitty joints? Or are you really gonna dry stack it? Or are you gonna make it look like it's dry stacked and underneath there's some mysterious thing going on? Or are you gonna send all that stuff to a CNC, you know, send those boulders into CNC milling and reconceive a kind of a local industry, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that's really where for me the take is. I had a little bit of difficulty tracking through y'all's documents in terms of what the orientation of things was, if we were uphill or downhill and so forth. I just wanted to note that it was a little bit hard to follow in the presentation in terms of understanding the full site strategy. But I think that's less of where you guys are. I mean, I think there are other things about the site strategy. Like I kept looking for the freeway that in theory you see when the sun goes down. You know, like I know there's a freeway floating across the top of that valley, right? And but there are other kinds of issues that I think will play out as we talk further.
Wow, that was interesting about the CNC. Let's see, all really good comments. What can I add here? I think overall it was a really good, really good project in terms of its development. You did a lot of work considering where it was at when we saw it at midterm. And I really do like the addition of the observational components and the sort of connection of your project to the site. I think I'm hesitating to say this, but I'm going to go ahead and say it in the spirit of your future advancement as architects, because if there is, understanding the site and the sensitivity of the site, one thing that I really appreciate about the studio is that so far every project that I've seen has really, gone to great extents to respect the site and to respect the culture of the site, and so that's really fantastic. But if we think about the site, if we think about architecture like a video game, and that there are certain like secret levels that you can unlock, I think that this project particularly, the Ohia was sort of could have unlocked the secret level, and maybe Amir, your agency as a native designer who's familiar with the landscape, you could have argued for an expansion of your project to consider in the way that the Ohia is very special, because the Ohia is very special because its evolution sort of tracks the landscape, and it for each elevation there's a special like variety of Ohia. At least in the diagram, you could have indicated how your site might require, like your plant is so, given the crisis of your plant, the crisis is so, how do you say it? So important that your architecture requires a concept that expands beyond your project. You start to get there with the observation. And so this is why I'm getting there, because you brought the observation in. So you're already extending beyond the site in terms of the observation. But I just wonder if there was a way for you to bring that expansion back down to the ground in a way that would have linked the mountain and ocean, because it's all there. I'm not saying any of this in a way to critique negatively the project. What I'm trying to say is that this project did such a good job at considering the plant in relation to the cosmos, that I think that aspect of the project just needed to be grounded in or could have been grounded in a larger way, which is sort of contrary to the site being limited to its boundary. Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe
if you have any other, oh, go ahead.
Yes, only just a micro comments on eventually some tips on that. Again, when we are talking about innovation, what kind of innovation? Are incremental or radical? Like what degree of novelty, you want to try to consider. I guess that eventually a zoom, no, in, for example, certain, like in this idea, construction techniques could have helped, no, try to rethink or imagining certain components in that, also to familiarizing it. Or again, if we are talking about observation, I guess the degree of performativity that observation might have can also start to trigger, no, like reflection on that. And maybe the fact that you were the lucky on-site person, no, like almost, like taking like those like prototype or type of timber that you are talking about, or like even forcing yourself in a certain degree of really personal observation, and maybe you have done, but like integrating it, no, in the presentation, almost relying on material that are not just drawings, no, sometimes, no, and tests that might not have a direct productive effect in that could, like start to give, no, like additional input that relates to, like a certain degree of empathy, no, that might start to emerge with these plants. So I guess this is, it's a comment on this note, no? And I guess, again, all these comments is that because, everybody wants right now to see more.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
David, any other final comments, or we move on?
No, it'll become clear as we go along. I keep looking at that drawing from mountain to ocean and how this the site makes a kind of strip that seems to lock off that whole valley. And I'm wondering if it actually feels that way when you're there. I mean, I realize you guys weren't there, but when you look at those three-dimensional drawings, that site as a kind of collar that crosses over and binds the two kind of corners of those two mountain ridges. I mean, it's not really what y'all's project's about. I'm just wondering, I'm just asking about it as a kind of perceptual thing. I mean, I guess, Sean, you know the site well. I mean,
Amir was there. Amir is the only one who was there because he's on Oahu.
It's insane making to look at that, like this also as this thing that holds, that literally the subdivision comes up to, and then it crosses and it restricts access to the valley in a way, I guess. Or are there subdivisions on both sides of it?
No.
Yeah, it would be a little bit, yeah. Basically, this is describing basically what a subdivision is. And yes, the mountain does like essentially collar this. And when you're within like this area of the site, that's pretty much what it feels like. Except you don't feel really closed off. I mean, the mountain is like enormous. So when you're directly on site, you're just kind of looking at ridge lines and certain peaks. But yeah, that it does have a feeling like you're describing.
But if you meant subdivision, David, by construction, right? The urban, there's only the subdivisions are only on the coastal side of it, not yeah.
Amir, I had another question for you, which is in Hawaii, are individual stones in lava, are they considered presentational? Like there's this, just reading this really interesting book called The Culture of Stone, a really fascinating book, and it talks about, kind of makes a kind of argument that it makes an argument about Inca architecture, but it makes a kind of broader argument for like Pacific Basin architecture, that stone acts, that one of the reasons there's so little ornamentation in Pacific cultural architecture is that stones are themselves presentational. That is to say, a stone represents the mountain that the stone came from, and it's in the mountain itself. And as a consequence, the value of much of that architecture is not visual. It's embedded in a whole series of other mechanisms. I wonder if you knew about that or not. Because if so, then there's more trouble with your project, or more to explore in terms of the kind of question of syntax, I think.
Yes, we did know that, but yeah, I mean, I'll just leave it at yes, we did know that.
Okay, sweet.
At a certain level, yeah.
I'll take it up with Amaya. Amaya's my TA. I'll take it up with her. We'll chat with it later on.
I'll just sort of add with the ornamentation. There is ornamentation in wood carving, and ornamentation in lashing. And so just, you know, in terms of, you know, representing the Pacific as a Pacific Islander, yeah, that's a good point about the stone, but that there were other ways that art and craft were sort of expressed. But who knows what would be possible now if you were to if CNC these stones. That's an interesting idea.
I've been told that I've been told it's actually quite difficult to CNC lava because it is. I mean, I'm really super interested in lava because I've been to a lot of places where, and you keep thinking, you know, couldn't you just like literally cut a trench in a lava flow, an active lava flow, and literally like have it be a concrete pour that it's continuously pouring hot lava into formwork. And people convince me that like they're like, no, you cannot do that. I'm going, why can't you do that? I mean,
wow, David, I have a project for you. You have to go to Sicily because the lava is constantly flowing there,
right? and Stromboli and so forth, right? It's constantly a problem, exactly. and you're going because it's such hard stone to work, right? And yet it's like you think about what's available, and like what's available that's mineral, right? As opposed, you know, then to Alex, to your course description, you know, what is there available that you can, with which you can achieve mass aside from salt water, right? There's salt water and there's lava, and then beyond that, everything else is something you have to bring in or something you have to import.
Yeah.
So intriguing.
Great, thank you so much. I want to move on to the next projects, but I think you guys have a lot to think about. And you offered us a lot to think about, so thank you for that. I do believe that engaging more with the materiality and pushing that, as David was describing it, would be really a way to kind of add a critical component to your investigation. And the other aspect maybe to emphasize more is the issue of the care for the plants. I know it's there implicitly, but not yet that explicitly, the act of caring for the plants and how that is part really of the healing experience. To me, that would be really important to kind of express more in spaces, like the outdoor spaces of all these micro activities that happen in order to actually be able to, you know, to sustain these plants in their growth and support them. But thank you so much. Okay, we have Jasmine and thanks, and Michelle now.
Hi, good afternoon.
You're together. Wow.
We are together, yes.
Quickly, what's your last name? So I want to like pull up the PDF.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Separately.
It's
Perez and Kishinevsky.
Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
And you see, David, that and the others, I actually put in the chat the links to the Mira boards if you want to see stuff together as well. It might be easier.
My name is Jasmine Perez.
And I'm Michelle Kishinevsky.
And our project is the EAEA Tea Brewery and Center for Rejuvenation.
For centuries, people around the world have testified to the relaxing and invigorating qualities of tea. The effect of tea on behavior is slightly paradoxical, as tea is both calming and relaxing at the same time. Yet the simple routine and ritual of brewing and drinking tea has been used at the end of the day by thousands of people as a mechanism for stress release and reflection. Abundant in Hawaii, the ia is a versatile plant that flourishes across the island of Oahu. The richness in the ia's natural properties allows it to be integrated into daily life in a variety of ways that are unique to the islands of Hawaii. Rich in nutrients, the stem, roots, and leaves of the ia were historically used as herbal supplements or medicinal herbs, taking the form of teas, juices, essential oils, and medicinal balms. To take advantage and embrace the rejuvenating capabilities of the ia, our design proposal integrates a tea garden and plant sanctuary that propagates and educates locals and visitors of the transformations of this endemic plant.
So to begin with, one of our maps from our previous investigation studies just overlaps different kinds of layers and characteristics that are specific to the iaea. And through that, we were able to identify 2 main zones and 3 smaller zones based on where they are. And on the 3rd zone, you're able to see that is where our site is located on. And so with this in mind, we were able to then produce and then develop our site using EAEA and being able to integrate it throughout the entirety of our 3 different sections of our site.
This is an early botanical plate drawing that we did, really exploring the different textures and properties of the plant. And so you can see digitally modeled on the left, and then kind of in detail the different pieces of the plant and the stem and the bract and the leaves also in section.
And then here's more of an illustration of the different interactions it has with living organisms that are found throughout the site on different parts of the plant, from the flower to the stems, and then the roots and the different kinds of soil it grows on.
So like we mentioned before, our overall idea with the design proposal is to create a space where tea brewing is at the core of our program. And so earlier in the process of learning about the EAEA, we learned about how the stem, leaves, and roots are harvested and then withered and pounded, and then oxidized and rolled in order to brew tea. And one of the unique qualities of how tea used to be brewed in Hawaii was that they would actually use hot stones to brew the tea rather than the traditional way of brewing tea. So it was really interesting to start to learn about that. And it really informed a lot of the design strategies that we wanted to integrate later in our proposal.
And then here on the far left is a diagram of how the different parts of the EAA plant can be used to create different types of items, from lashings to cordage to juice and tea, just different types of things, and began to branch out what we then incorporate into the site. And then on the far right is an illustration of the process of the tea, of the EAA tea making. And then this page is just kind of showing different site imageries across the site. And one thing we really incorporated is that since there is, of course, a lot of bamboo on the site, that will be shown later on through our design proposal, how we begin to integrate existing materialities so that we could maintain as much of the site as possible and the integrity of the site as well.
Like Jasmine was just mentioning, as you could kind of see from the site photos, there is a lot of natural wood and bamboo on the site. And one thing that was really important to us was not taking away from that, but really maximizing the amount of natural landscape that we can maintain. And so this is just a precedent board that shows kind of the design qualities and the materiality and the aesthetic that we were going for in what we wanted the actual form of our building to do, as well as how we wanted it to interact with the mountains and the topography. And so I feel like the central picture is a really good example of different ways that curves and slopes can then begin to interact with the natural landscape. This is our overall site plan. One thing to note here, you can kind of start to see how we started to lay out the progression of our site, which we'll talk about a little bit more in detail. But the things that we wanted to highlight here were the river and the other natural properties that are happening on the site.
Here is just 4 different diagrams that then influenced our overall design of our proposal. And so on the far left is how we then began to organize our different spaces based on topographic relations. And so based on different programs, as we'll discuss later, whether it is grounded and built into the site, whether it's flat and that's where water collects. And so that's where we have a lot of our cisterns located at. And then also different varying heights, then it becomes more of a view as you go across the site. And on the second, dividing those massing formations based on our main processional path that runs through the site.
And then going off of that, like Jasmine said, in the second diagram, you start to see how we integrated the central axis that runs through the site. And then the next diagram next to it starts to go into the secondary and tertiary trails that then kind of broke off from it. And the very last diagram really exemplifies the built versus natural landscape that we chose to maintain. So like I said, there was so much bamboo on the site that we didn't want to take away from it. And we essentially integrated 3 different types of green space on the site. There's the natural landscape that we chose to maintain, the cultivation fields, and then man-made gardens that are integrated throughout the site. So this is a more zoomed in look at this progression that we're talking about. You can see that the main axis runs all the way from the beginning of the site all the way through. And the reason that we chose to maintain such a rigid line was because the topography lends itself to so many beautiful experiences and differences in elevation as you move through it. And you'll kind of see as we move through the project and talk about each specific section and why we divided it the way that it was, we felt as though having a central axis in which the user can experience the site actually lends itself to some very beautiful moments on the topography. So this is the breakdown of the 3 different portions of the site. And essentially, the Iaia has a lot of properties like Jasmine mentioned, and it's used for several different things. And the overall goal of our site was to create a space in which reflection, revival, and rejuvenation was highlighted. And so the first section of the site, as you enter the site, is more catered towards the education on the plant. There's a main building which houses the tea brewery and a tea garden where people can reflect and start to learn about the site. And then as you move a little bit further through the education section, you come upon these 3 workshops, each respectively going through a different property of the plant and how it can be used. So specifically how it's brewed into tea, how it's made into medicinal oils and herbs, and then how it's used for cordage. And there's an outdoor amphitheater that is surrounded there by the workshops and can be used for educational purposes, but also for like workshop spaces. And then as you move through the site, you come into the cultivation section. Here, not only is there cultivation of the Iaia plant, but other native Hawaiian plants, and there's greenhouses in the administrative building. And then that brings you into the relaxation part of the site that promotes health and wellness, where we have spa spaces that actually integrate the medicinal herbs made on site, and then lodging for researchers and visitors of the site. And the progression between the 3 spaces, the way that we designed it was to start with a very public program and then move, as you move through the landscape, into a more private program.
Here's just a more zoomed in view of that education center and call outs of what the different experiences are within it. And so, as Michelle mentioned earlier, within this first program, we really wanted to be emphasized on the education of the plant and the 3 different workshops of it. And that's how we then began to integrate and introduce the plant to both the visitors and the locals of this proposal. And so here's a site section just heading through the main building. And so this is kind of our first interaction with the site on how we then begin to dig into the site and ground our building to create differing heights. So then we get this double height story that then feeds into the entrance of the site on the far right. And on the far left, how those workshops in the amphitheater begins to rise with the slope as well. And then here's another site section cut that goes in closer into one of those workshops and the amphitheater, and then begins to introduce the cultivation space and showing how these plants then begin to root itself into the site as well. And then
this is kind of showing that entry to the site. This covered walkway, it introduces you to the site from the main road and the parking. And like Jasmine was just talking about, as you move through on the left, you can see the main building and the double story and use of like glass and very thin mullions and operable walls, which allow for the integration and the juxtaposition between interior and exterior space. And then on the right, you can briefly see how those workshops start to frame the amphitheater. And then this is just a visual that shows kind of what's happening on the interior of this main building. Again, calling out the big like glass operable wall and the double story where people can kind of brew their own tea, and it feeds out into this large tea garden that then proceeds into the workshop spaces.
Here in the second center, the cultivation center, it's divided into 3 different cultivation plots that also correspond to 3 different greenhouses. And then this is like the first, we then begin to show the different call outs that happen and kind of the different experiences within this portion of the site. We also have the administration building as well, kind of beginning to then pull away from the public space and start to have that semi-public, semi-private transition throughout the site. And then so on this map, we then began to organize 3 different types of cultivation plots. And so one of them is based more on consumption of both the kalo and the uhi, and then more of like the medicinal and the herbal type of plants that we want to cultivate on the site, like the olona and the ulu and the uki. And then the third cultivation site in front of the greenhouses is just for the Iaia and the propagation of the Iaia.
And going off of that, just like the 3 workshops, each like each are an experience on the respective properties of the iaia. The 3 greenhouses, each one is used to cultivate the different clusters and grouping of the other plants as well. And each one caters to a specific plot of the cultivation.
And then here's just a site section that then cuts through this greenhouse and throughout the cultivation site and kind of showing what is beyond the site as you then begin to transition through it. So we have the lodging shown in the back, the most private of the spaces as well.
And I think this section is a good example of, as obviously from plan, it looks as though our central axis is very rigid, but then here you can see how this path, as it starts to slope through different elevations, actually creates a lot of different experiences as you move through the site. And an elevation in the back is that most private lodging for visitors of the site.
And then here's the diagram of our water systems and how we then begin to choose to collect water. And so throughout the different groupings on the site, we have these connected pathways that then begin to filter water into different downspouts throughout the columns. And then the water collects in these different cisterns and then spits back out into different parts of the program. And so as you can see in the beginning portion with the education, it feeds back into the main building, the workshops. And in the second portion, the water that's collected from the greenhouses and the downward slope of the site where the administration building is then begins to feed back out into the 3 cultivation plots. And then also throughout the site, we have 2 different retention ponds at like the lowest heights of the site that then begin to also collect in cisterns that feed back into different parts of the project as well.
And just kind of pointing off of that, so each of the 3 sections has a grouping of program that's connected by a covered walkway. And it's actually these covered walkways that are sloped and they retain the water. And then that's brought back down through downspouts into the underground cisterns. So you can kind of see in the education, it's framed by the workshops. In the cultivation, it's by the greenhouses. And then in the health and wellness, it's by the spa spaces.
And then here's just another processional walkthrough of how you go through the site and then kind of the different elevational changes as you move along the main processional pathway. And then an up close, more of the greenhouse and how then there's different types of propagation and planting within these spaces that correspond to each. And just also showing how the bamboo then begins to both reveal and conceal parts of the site. And so from the main pathway in the previous, it seems very open, but then as you transition into different programs at the site, you then begin to be engulfed by the natural landscape.
So one thing that we didn't mention before when we were looking at the site plan, but I think is important to mention when we talk about this specific view, is when you first come into the site, we cleared away more of the natural landscape for that main area where the main building and the amphitheater are. And as you move to the more private program and closer into, like further into the site where the lodging is, that natural bamboo and landscape is maintained much more. And so it's almost as if we're cutting away from it. And that's helps and create this like experience of moving from public to private program.
And then this is just like the last portion, both the wellness center and the lodging, and then there's also different calls, so what's happening. And so within this portion of the site, we then begin to integrate the 2 other properties of the EAE, both its medicinal uses and the way it's used in the cordage that you'll see later in one of our visuals. And then, so in this is just kind of a simple exploded axon of what one of these spaces is and the different materials that are used in it. And so we wanted to use bamboo, recover from the site to use as walkways and fenestration, and also begin to use grooved bamboo to then filter our water through our gutter systems. And then we also want to incorporate these different retractable curtain walls so that we can then adjust the amount of kind of the privacy and sunlight desired, and then also kind of that transitioning between the interior and exterior spaces, how much we want to reveal, how much we want to conceal as well.
And so obviously this is a diagram specifically for the spa space and the massage rooms, but the integration of these materials and the juxtaposition between bamboo and glass is a constant throughout the site.
And then here's just one of our visuals of this, the layout of these different buildings as they come together under these walkways, and then how it also is framed by the site as well. And then in this image kind of showing how then we would incorporate the cordage to then create this porous wall that then allows for natural ventilation to come through as well throughout the site. And that is it.
Thank you.
I'll put it on the site plan. can for now.
Let me take the zoomed in one.
Could I just ask a quick question? You mentioned the cisterns working along the walkways. Is it surface drainage mostly? So you're picking up surface drainage coming downhill by the walkway and then carrying that over?
It's a combination of surface drainage, but the covered paths. So I'm going to go to one of the views actually, so you can kind of see. Basically the idea too is that like rainwater would be collected. Sorry, I keep skipping through these. Like rainwater would also get collected through these, and then there's a glass cover over the bamboo on these covered pathways, and the roof sloped down to then also come into these like bamboo pillars that also a few of them have downspouts that go down into pipes that go into underground cisterns. So the covered pathways are supposed to act as rainwater like harvesting collection systems in combination with the roofing structures themselves.
So the sidewalk is just a kind of trench that's carrying water along, but it's actually not. It's not like a dam in the landscape. That's just a kind of technical question. And the other question was, did the two of you kind of calculate how much EA you have to kind of grow to make the whole kind of operation work?
We didn't. We did not. I mean, we talked about it, but also EAE is like very powerful across the like Hawaii in general. It's one of the plants that grows pretty much everywhere. I don't know if you like Jasmine called it out when we talked about the map, but we didn't do an actual calculation to see exactly how much we would need. But the idea was that it would be used mainly, but in combination with other wood as well on the site.
It's not used as a main structural type system, but kind of throughout the site it changes. And so like the property that we're focusing on, so in the beginning, the tea brewing, and the second part, the cultivation of it, and the third part, how we then begin to use medicinal, and then also the cordage properties to then start to build our different proposal and design different parts of the buildings.
I was strictly asking about the amount of tea that like the tea that you want to produce, that quite literally as an agricultural crop, how much do you need to put into production? That was actually, I don't know, strikes me as more important than just throwing away off the side, but we'll come back to it.
Well, also just
great question. There's
other plants that are integrated into the like cultivation spaces that we included that are also used for tea brewing. So that
it has zero to do with that. It has to do with the question of seeing the productive landscape or not, and if that's important or not. And I mean, we'll come back to it. And I'm sure there may be other questions. It actually doesn't have to do. It has to do with the actual amount and how you've limited it or delimited it in the site, and which I find a very interesting kind of a problem. So, but let's make sure there's no other questions. Yeah, there may not be any other questions. I mean, then I might as well just leave it a little bit further. If Alicia and Sean, if you don't mind, I'll just, so for me, this is kind of the strange thing about the project. I like, there's many things about the project and that y'all have done that are beautiful, and the time and labor you put into some of the renderings, just to really, actually, I feel like I'm in Hawaii. It's quite nice, and it's very, very, very beautiful and very kind of pleasing. For me, the issue has to do with, like, when you're given an assignment like this, the chance to step away from it and look at how the assignment might have come to be, right? So we can talk about the assignment realistically in studio now because of the kind of rise of experience economies around the world, right? So the idea that you might, that 500 years ago or 200 years ago, this plantation would all be about, quite literally, what's the absolute number of, bushels of tea we can make, what's the labor cost, where's the labor coming from, who are they, is there a hierarchy of the overseer versus the laborer, all that stuff. And 100 years later, we can talk about a tea plantation only because it's a kind of thing where people might go to heal themselves, which is interesting, right? So it doesn't mean that the question then becomes, well, what's the relationship of the activity to the land and to the specific crop, and especially with regard to the amount, right? I mean, like, it seems to me that amount, that just saying, well, it's growing all over the island. I mean, there used to be whales growing all over the Pacific, right? And then they all got hunted out because they're, because they just, the same idea applies, it seems to me, the kind of question about like the question about whether, I mean, I'll tell you about your project. I like somewhat the most, although I wish it were kind of harder. I actually like the idea of a ruthless central axis. You know, that actually kind of marks the idea that I wish that, I hate to say this because now we're talking about speculation and things but my immediate thought was I wish it floated above the whole landscape. That actually the axis was the thing that you could walk along to where you could oversee the whole event of the experience. Because I mean, to me, like if you think about Hawaii, and if you haven't been, it's very weird because the land has been parceled up and you drive along the kind of one road around the loop and you pass from one experience to another. Right, one hotel or a thing or yet another thing, and each one is an interpretation of the place. It's not all that way, but many of them are. Right? Many of the things that you see are a chance to pull off into yet another interpretation of what Hawaii might be, is, was, could be, and so forth. And so, for me, where the project, it's not really a criticism because, in all fairness, you'd have to have gone there to begin to get a clearer sense of this. But in many ways, your project is in competition with other interpretations of explaining the landscape. And so then it seems to me you have to be very careful to give the visitor a very broad range of informations, both ones that are curated, like the ones that you're doing. You're curating a series of experiences, you're curating a series of gardens, you see them, but also a chance to kind of step back and be able to put that curated experience into a larger, more personal, less curated frame of reference. And that for me would involve or entail actually being able to see the agricultural operation as an operation, which is about producing food, not about healing me in a way. I don't know if that makes sense as criticism, but that's my first reaction. I have other kind of thoughts.
No, I understand that. We could have pushed further and kind of then I can't think of the word, like you said, mentioned like how much is needed, how much we need on the site, and kind of influencing our design based on that as well, as opposed to just only different experiences, but like how much do we need to cultivate and grow on site for the juicery and the tea?
Well, it's a really difficult kind of problem. The problem is one of like, do you go to a kind of operating farmscape numbers-based, you know, organization of the fields in such a way, or the plantings in such a way that you can get work, infrastructure, water, all those things to it most readily, and then you build your other system around it? Or do you simply apply it as a kind of absolute system over the landscape and then let your system of inhabitation reconnect that absolute system of agriculture to the kind of condition of topography and so forth? There's a lot of variables. It's a problem that y'all didn't address. And if you were going to address it, it would lead you into some different areas of thought. I'm not really complaining about it, but I sort of am. It's sort of like a kind of thing where you want, because right now you come there and the overall, I think that the sense of the geometries is that you walk away slightly perplexed about like what in the sequence of geometries allows me to ground this experience against all the other uncertain experiences I have on the island. And that's why that's why I mean it's an unfair criticism. You have to have gone there to get a better sense of that weirdness. I think that's there.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think we went back and forth a lot when we were working with the site on like having the rigid axis and how we were going to make it work and the way that we organized program and landscape around it. And I feel like it was still a work in progress when we it still is. Right. Yeah, and I can't speak for Jasmine, but
no, we had those options of debating between a meandering path or whether a strong processional axis, and we chose that the main straight line rigid axis would then allow those different views as you go along and keep throughout one direction throughout the site. But also we would have pushed that thinking about how would we have then incorporated the amount of cultivation we need to produce a tea that could have influenced maybe that processional axis as well.
I think it was also a little bit that like we wanted to try to maintain as much of the natural landscape there and like not cut away from it too much. So it was just like trying to find a balance between all of those things that we maybe didn't explore it as much as we should have.
it's this giant nightmare, since that landscape of that overgrown bamboo is arguably a second or a third nature already that's there, and so you have, again, now you're getting into these deeply muddy syntactical areas where you're like, words like the natural landscape that's there, you're going, which natural landscape that's there? Yeah. But let's set this issue aside. I don't want to hog this conversation.
Yeah, maybe I am connecting. Thanks a lot for your presentation. And again, a very interesting project. It's sparking a lot of interesting reflection on approaches. I guess that connecting back on, maybe, point that that you could have, embraced. I mean, obviously, right now I'm looking at the project and almost brainstorming on top of it. I guess that an interesting reflection is also maybe related to, again, the specificity of the plants in relation to the processes that you were highlighting at the beginning. That could, in a certain way, support a questioning on, for example, the role of this, education aspect. Imagining, for example, right now in my comment that maybe the cultivation aspect was not like the main scope, or its scope more like for, let's say, more ludic roles, meaning to support in a certain way a micro production that goes in the other two like programmatic output of the project. But I think in this, you can really, engage again from the small scale of the activity and asking how eventually certain steps, certain procedures could inform space. And I'm wondering if, this act of making tea related to a number of people in particular, it's more an individual, it's more in group, how many groups, or, what is the time spent of, I'm going there, I'm engaging it, and I am finishing within one day, or I'm coming back the following day. And because there could be elements and detail that, can start to, for example, enrich the space, depending on, again, like the occupation that you imagine that would be. I'm saying it because I'm maybe trying to read a bit of traces of occupation within the visualization that you are doing. And again, probably is there, it's just to activate it, in relation to the specificity that you've started to present at the beginning of your research. I'm also intrigued by the ruthless, how David was mentioning it, like straight axis. It seems at the beginning almost like an Italian garden, like that has this like a very, very constructed axis. And I mean, that's why I was also wondering if it has an infrastructural value somehow in relationship to like all the water reflection at the beginning, or, if it's really this like almost, like, as you say, like a path, that cut through, again, how it could eventually, like really be a medium of curated different experience of the landscape, and how, like, again, maybe it's really, like curating natural experience, even in certain forms, and highlight a little bit different specific qualities, in a certain rhythm. Yeah, I mean, but again, maybe going back to the processes, I think that this engagement with the plants, there was a moment in which, if I remember well, you were also talking about weaving, about these different sort of like details / skills that were related to process of working on the plants, could, eventually also find their own way in the material exploration that then you have produced, more than maybe arriving later as a material that it's deployed, but entering in a more specific way in which you are positioning it. So maybe just consider it as a general comment on that. But yeah, I mean, there are a lot of interesting aspects that obviously is very worth discussing here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that there's something really interesting that emerges from this conversation is the difficulty for an architect to actually consider something else than architecture as a driving force in a project. And what David was saying before, you could have started really thinking as like a farmer, and then allow the farming strategy to drive your way of thinking about the site organization, to then only weave the architecture into that. But that would be one strategy. You, of course, adopted a different strategy in which it's more like what Alicia is saying, that the cultivations become this kind of micro, almost like tastes of what it would be like. That becomes something you see very often initially on farms, where it's more educational than really farming, and that the real farming happens somewhere else. But I think it's a very important issue, and I wish we were working like in teams with landscape architects. It would have probably changed this attitude. It would have been a really great studio for interdisciplinary work. But it could also have to do with the way it's structured, because I never said think like a farmer, and I should have said at some point think like a farmer. We went from thinking like a botanist and ethnobotanist to thinking like an architect, and I think that we see the effects of that. So it also kind of tells you a lot about how structuring your own process influences very much the outcomes, right? And of course, here I was the one to structure it, but I think this is a super interesting issue to take on, like allowing the landscape and the plants themselves to take over, and then really think about architecture as something just kind of comes in as a second violin rather than the first one, right? Okay, I'd like to jump into the last project to give Nicole plenty of time to present and have a conversation. Thank you, Jasmine and Michelle. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
So just a comment for you to understand, Nicole, Jasmine, and Michelle actually worked together on the initial research, but then they decided to split and work on the project separately. So you will see some of the drawings that might look similar. That's because they work together. Go ahead, Nicole.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Nicole. Let me share my screen. Okay. All right, so I'm going to start just by reading the introduction to the narrative for my project. Let's see. This place is a bit surreal. Everything seems more vibrant here, more alive. The greens are greener, the smells more fragrant, the sounds more crisp, and the tastes, our ultimate destination. The tastes are more intense. There even seem to be more bugs and animals around. The soil is so active it almost moves. The ecosystem cycles that we all learn about in grade school are on display here in real time. Wander even just a few yards into this place and you feel like you're lost in a far-off jungle. So you can see here, again, I also studied that EAEA plant. And this is a woody climbing vine. It's a liana, and it's found in the understory of the island's forests. It's pretty common and it's quite beautiful. You can see here in the center of this screen, this incredibly colorful, large bract that produces and houses the flowers and the fruit of the plant. So I looked at that a lot, but I looked at a lot, as you can see here, but there were really three things that stood out to me and that I kind of carried with me through the design process. One being the color, the pigment. I was really attracted to, especially these really bright kind of fuchsia corally colors of the flower and of the fruit. And you'll see that kind of pop back up into my design moving forward. Two, I was really drawn to the climbing nature of this plant. One thing that's really interesting and unique about lianas is that they don't produce any of their own internal structural organs. They rely completely on other plants for structure and support for holding them up. Instead, they're able to dedicate all of their energy towards just growing very long. So they're these very fast growing plants, but the fact that they need a partner, they need a support system was really intriguing to me. And then 3, their rapid growth and mobile nature means that they play a really important role in maintaining soil health. And soil is of particular interest to me because of how vital it is, not only to plant life, but to human life as well. I really believe that we are connected to soil through our own internal microbiomes. And so healthy soil really means a healthy life and a healthy body. So the EAEA plays a really vital role in nutrient distribution through the forest floor. So as it's kind of moving around looking for sunlight, it's dropping its leaves, and these leaves are rich with nutrients, which is just adding to the organic matter and the health of the soil. So these 3 things really inspired much of my design. And then my program, my actual concept, was actually inspired by a 4th quality, which we just learned about of the EAEA, which is the fact that it's edible. And so many parts of the plant can be used in tea, but I was also inspired by a handful of the other plants that we looked at in studio that are also edible. And you can see those listed here. So another tea plant and then 2 tubers. So it's this relationship between humans and plants, this relationship that we have with the soil and the cycle of life that we're a part of, specifically in regard to nourishment and health, that really sets the stage for the program. And that is a chef's table kitchen concept and a cultivation center that really takes you on this journey from plant to plate. And so this menu you can see over here will serve as sort of a map through this journey. And we'll see that a little bit later on. So the site itself, as we've seen, it's located on the east side of the island, sort of nestled within the arms of this volcanic range. So again, here you get a better view of that valley location. And then, you know, as you can see the site, we have this kind of incredible variation of small peaks and valleys. And then of course, just the density of the vegetation on site. So cutting through in section, you can start to see how the land falls. And some of these snapshots at the bottom of this page give you some context onto the site and specifically the vegetation. As others have done, I'm also proposing using bamboo as part of the construction. So in terms of primary structural considerations, I really focused on the need for lateral stability, a structure that could hold up under possible seismic activity, possible wind activity. And then of course, water is a really important component, not only a structure that can shed water, given the amount of rain that the area receives, but also, you know, a site that, a structure that can kind of stay out of the way of some of the water runoff that'll be coming from that mountain range. And then in terms of design, I was really focused on tropical architecture and tropical construction, looking at, you know, what are those issues? Passive cooling, passive ventilation, maintaining a kind of minimal footprint, being kind of light on its feet. And then going back to the EAEA and its climbing nature, you know, I was really interested in creating a structure that could serve as a trellis, something that could host both human life, but also plant life. So you can see here, the site being so long and narrow really lends well to this idea of procession, this idea of journey. And we'll dive into this site plan in more detail, so don't squint too hard here, but you can begin to see here the layout of some of the major components and how they start to inform your journey through the site. And so before you get to the plate, the kitchen, you make this trek through soil and sunlight and water and root and leaf, and maybe even chickens, getting glimpses all along the way into the process from plant to plate. And for those that want more of an immersive experience, there's an ecotourism component to this concept with the inclusion of lodging units down here on the southern side. So all of these major parts get stitched together by this path that I imagine being of this graded metal that's just slightly hovering above the soil to continue to allow the soil to breathe while still maintaining some sort of connection between us and the earth. So then if you bring back the menu into this plan, you can see here how it starts to become a map showing you where what you're eating is coming from. So before we start our trek through the site, I just want to introduce the architectural language. And so given the earlier site considerations and design considerations, namely that need for stability, elevated construction, something that's light on its feet, and something that can shade well and shed well, I landed on this system of trusses. So with bamboo used as the frame, we have this variety of cladding options within the webs, like bamboo screening, for instance, or a kind of wattle and daub technique wherever solid walls are needed. And notice here some of that pigment starting to show back up in design. So then the majority of the structures that you'll see kind of follow this 8x8 grid, where you have the truss here on the short end and then the X bracing in the lateral direction. So then the interior spaces, as you can see down here, kind of start to inhabit the webs of this frame. And you can see up here in the diagram kind of how this system starts to address some of those concerns. And then, where you start to introduce the floor plate, that can be adjusted as needed to help navigate the topography. So then here again, inserting some of those interior volumes up into the frame, which then allows the extremities of the truss to be used as a trellis for the plant. So we'll start at the entrance as we begin our little journey. I use these early sketches to try and convey the feeling of what it might be like to wander through here. So the goal of this path that goes throughout the entire site with all of its kind of angles, it does follow the topography, but its aim is to try and disconnect you from relying on your dominant sense, which for most of us is our vision, and really instead heighten your other senses. And so you might not always be able to see exactly where you're going, but maybe you can hear where you're going. Maybe you hear, water falling into this detention pond. Maybe you hear chickens kind of leading you along. And so, you start to kind of become more aware of the environment through your other senses. And then eventually these forms start to kind of peek their way through the foliage. And then it's this next stage, the grow stage, where the forms start to become a little bit more significant. And so this is the grow house, the greenhouse, for anything that needs a little bit more care and attention. And you can see it's oriented north-south. So this, bottom portion would be the sun house. The side oriented to the north would be the shade house, and then it's anchored by a little shed. So these diagrams just give you kind of a quick idea of what that truss profile will look like for this structure. And I will zoom in really quick. And then you can see in elevation, you can just start to get a sense of what's open and what's closed. So this would be that sun house. This would be the shed, and then behind it would be the shade house. In the other direction, you start to see this X bracing in action. So the shed here, the shade house over here, and then the sun house behind it. So then this is kind of how it would start to situate itself into the land. Obviously, there would be tons of plants, so you wouldn't exactly be able to see like this. But this gives a good idea of, this system and how it starts to kind of anchor itself into the land while also hovering these spaces above it. So if you remember that volcanic range, the arms of it kind of embrace the site in this way. And so we do get a peek at some of the slopes. So this view would be taken standing right here looking this way. So you do get a little glimpse at this structure, which is a view, just a kind of typical simple viewing deck sort of platform. And then the actual greenhouse space right here. So you can begin to see the shed, and then that sun room, and then the shade house in the back. So then in plan, again, we'd be approaching from this way, which would be coming from that viewing deck through some garden beds, following the path, the ramp up into the space with the shade house, the sun house, and the shed, which then leads you on to the kitchen. But if we cut through the short section, you can get an idea then what that space starts to look like within the site. And so let me zoom in. So again, here, that sunroom, and I imagine this being the room that's used to dry the tea leaves. A shade house in the back, starting to show you what that bamboo screened wall might look like and feel like, a cut through section of the shed, and then following that ramp down through the garden beds. And you can also see over here to the right, just a little bit of an idea of what some of these retaining walls start to look like as they kind of carve their way through the topography. So then moving on to the next part, which is the kitchen. You know, this is located kind of in the midpoint of the site, and I will point out just a couple of things here. It's anchored with this area right here, which is actually an imu, which is an in-ground oven, traditional Hawaiian in-ground oven, anchoring it to the grow houses, to the kitchen. And I really imagine this space just being a really fun little nook in the site for alfresco dining, for, you know, dining out under the stars, and just a really sweet spot for community, for fellowship, for cooking. And so you have, I will also say that the kitchen space, this left-hand side is an upper level, which you can access from the upper end of the site, and then the lower level, which is accessed across this bridge, which connects it to the viewing platform. And so we'll get into site plan, but again, over here on the right, you can see the basic truss profile, a typical kind of clear story truss. The west elevation, so this would be entering from that upper level of the site. You can see kind of what's open, what's closed, the veranda space. In the back, you can start to see the lower level atrium kind of peeking up over that truss. And then this would be the long elevation on the north side. And so you can see down here, this is that lower level with that big atrium space, and then the upper level and how those two start to connect. So then, in terms of how it starts to place itself in the site, we would be standing right here, looking this way. And so you can see that bridge starting to connect from the viewing deck to the kitchen. Again, you have the upper level up here, and then just a peek of the atrium space in the back. So then in plan, this is how the two start to kind of engage with one another in this L shape. So we'll start over here, walking along the path from the emu up into this terraced veranda area. And you have you know, your office space, a guest kitchen for anybody who's staying more long-term, and then the teaching kitchen, which again will serve anybody who's staying more long-term for that more immersive culinary experience. I imagine this wall, we'll see this more in section, but I imagine this wall being, you know, a planted wall, bringing the soil up into this space and providing a space for, you know, herbs or whatever. And then if we go down to the lower level, you would be from this side entering from that bridge. And this is the fun space. This is the chef's table. This is kind of where all the action happens. And so here you're within this big kind of grand gallery area that I just imagine, you know, being filled with all the activity. And I will note that the teaching kitchen overlooks the chef's table. There's a glazing wall right here. So gives sort of a connection between the two. And then everything that's a little bit less glamorous is maintained back here in this kind of back of house area. So we'll take our first section through the upper level. We're going to cut through the veranda and then jog down and cut through the teaching kitchen. So you can see here again how that structure starts to root itself into the ground while also, you know, suspending us up within the air. And zooming in here, just a note of this planted wall. I really love this because even though, you know, at this height and up in these spaces, we're sort of disconnected from the soil, this wall serves to kind of bring that soil back up into this space and maintain that connection and give it honor. And so this, you know, again, looking through the teaching kitchen, that glazed wall in the back that allows you to maintain that connection with the professional kitchen. The idea there being, you know, while I'm, you know, learning how to cook my fish, I can be glancing over and watching the professionals do it down below. And you can also start to see some of the beams from that really kind of grand atrium space in the back. And so cutting now through a long section, we're going to go through the upper level, and then we'll cut right through the chef's table. And we're going to go even a little bit longer and jog up through that emu area. I'm really quickly going to switch to a double screen view. And so you can see here that really long section, what that begins to look like. So we have the grow house over here, the viewing platform off in the distance, and then the kitchen space. So we'll start over here in the kitchen. And so here you can really start to get a sense of kind of the vibrancy and the activity of this space, this big kind of grand atrium that I imagine just being filled with sunlight and smells and sounds and noises and all the fun and joy of cooking. And then you can see here this teaching kitchen and how it overlooks the professional kitchen, maintaining that important relationship. Moving over, we have the guest kitchen. You can also see here an idea of what that screened wall starts to look like, an office space, and then the veranda in the back, which you can see just kind of the wild quality and nature of the plants, but I imagine just starting to really take over this trellis. And as we continue onward, so here you can see that emu area, that little kind of nook in the site where you're kind of carving into the soil, where the oven is carved into the earth. And so I don't know, I imagine this a really beautiful little space to have outdoor dinners, throw up a few string lights maybe in the trees. And then I also really love the view you get here of the grow house. I think you can start to see how that X bracing starts to take on this sort of lattice quality. So then moving on now to the final stop in our journey, this is the lodging units. So you can see they occupy sort of that steeper hillside on the southern end of the site, and you can also see that they're all oriented east. And that was done intentionally to open them up to the sunrise. This view of them kind of clinging to the hill would be taken from right about here. And again, you can see kind of one of the arms of that mountain range behind them. So in plan, this is kind of what I imagine, just very simple, basic kind of micro units, but opening up to that sunrise. There are studies recently that have shown that early sunlight is the healthiest sunlight that you can get on your skin. And so waking up to that sunrise is very important to me. And then maintaining some sort of, operable screening system that allows for, that cross ventilation and passive cooling, maybe some sort of operable glazing system on the east side as well. So then in elevations, you can see on the south side, it would be mainly solid walls. On the north side, again, being mainly screened walls. And so then in section, if we're cutting through, this is looking south at sunrise, you can start to see how this truss system really begins to root itself and anchor itself into the ground. And I love this because it kind of provides a whole new perspective of the site where you're sort of suspended up within the tree canopy. This cut is through what would be the steepest incline of one of these units. So all the others would be slightly less steep than this, but gives kind of a good depiction of what that space would be like. So I will just conclude by finishing up the narrative that I started. So this place is a bit surreal. Everything seems more vibrant here, more alive. The greens are greener, the smells more fragrant, the sounds more crisp, and the tastes, our ultimate destination. The tastes are more intense. There even seem to be more bugs and animals around. The soil is so active, it almost moves. Those ecosystem cycles that we all learn about in grade school are on display here in real time. Wander even just a few yards into this place and you feel like you're lost in a far off jungle. Following the path, we hover above the soil. Its graded and patinated metal allows the soil breath, light, and water. At times, it carves through the topography, and where it disappears for a moment, either into the earth or overtaken by foliage, earthen walls tinted in pink usher us onward. Eventually, you begin to notice the peaks breaking through the forest canopy, strong angular forms in such stark contrast to the softness of Mother Nature, and yet sometimes it's hard to tell what's building and what's plant. One becomes the other, intertwined in a mutual support system. Cutting in and out of structure, nature, you can't help but notice the intricacy, delicacy, and strength of the bamboo frame. Rooted firmly into the soil, this frame suspends spaces midair in a comfortable tension. As it shades the sun and sheds the rain, you can't help but feel both protected from and yet fully within creation. The final stop, Chef's Table, where the entirety of this journey is summarized on the dinner plate. It is here you are finally able to taste what you could see and hear and touch and smell and feel and know. From soil to water, to root, to seed, to fungi, to leaf, to sunlight, to fruit, it all exists on the plate. To know the earth is to taste the earth. And yet this is not the end, but just the beginning of another cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole.
Alicia, I should let you go first because last time I just talked and talked and talked and talked. Although I do have a question. Can I ask one question before I let you go, Alicia? So, Nicole, do you want EAEA a little on that buildings or a lot?
What was that?
The vine that's growing, the EAEA vine growing on the buildings, do you want a little bit of it growing on there or a lot of it growing on there?
It could be either or.
No, it cannot be either or. Which one do you want, a little or a lot?
I mean, I represented it as a little.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering. So it's not what you wanted, it was just a little.
Yeah, a little of everything, I guess, is what I would say.
Okay. And doesn't that EAE, does it have to grow in the shade?
It does. It grows kind of in the.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Sweet. All right. Okay. Alicia, sorry, I'm done.
But go, David. I mean,
where? Well, I was just thinking
anywhere.
I was just thinking about this, like, so I love your project. I love the representation, and I want to say that this is true for, like, I mean, this has been such a weird semester. You know, everything's gotten thrown apart, and all the projects, when you're looking at them on these final reviews, you're really talking about projects in process. And so I think that for me, the kind of best advice is advice about how to develop the project further. Right? Like if I'm looking at it, which way to go, like not less criticism, but looking at all of its weaknesses, right? And so instead of that kind of end of the semester, congratulations, you know, this is, for me, this is kind of like a still in process review. And so it being more precise about things that are unclear. And for me, the thing that's most unclear is this question about the experience that you want to have. And you described this kind of haptic experience that was based on sound, which I think is problematic because the highway is moving through there and you hear the highway. But really about this kind of place where you lose, because of the geometry, which I like very much the idea of the geometry of this vine, which is essentially an ambitious pioneer that finds its own strange geometry. That you really are imagining a kind of place where the experience isn't predicated on some visual sequence so much as a kind of sequence of kinds of discoveries where things are obscured. And then, to me, the idea that the building is a trellis makes a whole lot of sense. Although that's the kind of point where I go, yeah, now, Nicole, I have a bunch of questions, right? Why isn't it a double layer of trellis? Why isn't there a layer that hides, that makes shade for the vine to come up so that that kind of notion of hiding or obscuring becomes more important, and the idea of action below the, so that was the kind of first comment I was going to just generally conceptually, the kind of way that you're thinking about the structures is more of them all of a sudden as kind of primary structural expressions, as opposed to sticking with, wait, what's the primary structural expression have to support? It has to support an experience that you already have in mind. And that, to me, that experience is layered, but you've kind of stripped a layer off of it. And I would go towards like really growing, as either growing as much on there as possible, or alternatively going to a system of bamboo roofing, which would require you to reconceive the roofing in a kind of fundamentally different way, but then would allow you to begin to develop sections of the buildings. as being quite surprising, as opposed to being mere expressions of the external experience, that when you come upon them and then you move within them, it's a little bit like moving into a bamboo grove. You suddenly discover something that's not predictable and so forth. So that's the kind of like, for me, like looking at these drawings going, there's a layer missing here. Like you begin to hint at it with these kinds of like memory, like kind of spaces of memory kind of somehow found within these kind of larger frameworks. But for me, like I would want so much more of this plant to be doing the hard work of setting up your expectations. Even the idea of like one of those kudzu landscapes where you come and everything's overgrown, and then you move below it and beneath it and you begin to discover things. Even the, like you were showing, the kind of vegetable gardens, I would actually, and it's kind of very politely kind of cleaned up around them so you can access all four sides of the wheelbarrow. I'd be like carving those things weirdly into the bamboo, you know, in the strangest, oddest ways. So that's the kind of my first kind of take, is that there's a beautiful presentation, beautifully drawn, actually beautifully conceived, but the linkage between the experiential frame and the structural frame is, for me, missing a layer of space making, actually, and engagement with the EAEA plan. I love the menu, by the
way. To me, I mean, I will start to congratulate with your project and presentation. I mean, I think that was very thoughtful in so many aspects, and, you know, so many details, no? So I've really enjoyed it. And again, I mean, I guess not just the drawing aspect of it, also the presentation, the text that you have written, you know, there was a lot of reflections on so many levels. I think that your project has a lot of qualities. I have, I guess, personally, really, maybe I found extremely interesting this idea of trying not to impose like a very strong geometry on the landscape, but having a specific negotiation or adaptation. I mean, that eventually could be push a bit even further, no? But I guess, you know, in comparison, for example, to other cases, there is a clearly different approach to that, no? I also, I think, find quite intriguing then sometimes your structure of spaces that don't seems, are not habitable almost, no? They don't seem to be like measured on human terms, no? And they are giving me an intriguing idea again, no? Of where they for, no? And how am I experiencing like those cut out tiny, you know, corners that start to emerge under, no, those trellis. Yes, and again, the depiction of, I guess, or trying to engage in a sensorial manners, obviously, no, from a distant placement. You have not been able to visit the landscape, so I'm imagining that obviously a little bit of speculation, no, in trying as much as you can to understand the complexity of that, but also understanding again that maybe those experiences are also fine if they're not totally pristine, you know? We have mentioned a few times that it's still a very much a constructed nature and is an environment that I guess has a certain degree of disturbances, no? And maybe that is also an aspect that could make this entire process quite interesting. Maybe let's say one point again, no, that as we are here, I think as David was mentioning, almost also looking and having a final reflection on your project or eventual aspect that that have, you know, a lot of potential and could be looked forward. Maybe my comment are on experiential level, but on a slightly other sense. Everything seems very specific and very particular, but maybe when you arrive on the kitchen, being very cool, the settings still feel a little bit international in the kitchen table form of, you know, organizing the space. I guess it's really a question of time because you have covered many things, no? But probably engaging with the act of cooking, the menus, no, that are almost proposed could almost start to, like bring idea of, again, like different strategies of cooking that might start to identify a specific, like setting and choreograph of spacing in itself. And I guess the process of foraging, I'm not exactly understood how it's happening, if it's happening, and how it can be related to that experience. And again, like maybe this just like tiny little, I don't know how I can say, but I especially I guess in the dorms part, I guess that the geometry could be a little bit more adaptive. There is a little bit of repetition of dimensions, of setting in between spaces, and I'm imagining that if there are real, trees there would be a slightly misalignment, eventually from, like the perfect placement, but these are really details, and I think that I really want you to congratulate, to all of the considerations that you have put, and it was, very, very, very charming.
Yeah. I agree with the points that have just been made. I do want to say that if this landed in my lap and I were going to asked to move it forward, I would start with the walkway. Like you mentioned this kind of very beautiful idea that the whole system of motion to the landscape that you're describing, and that Alicia was just talking about, the huge advantage of it experientially, setting up this experiential frame, begins with the kind of idea that the walkway itself mimics the way the vine kind of pioneers its way through the landscape. It's a great actual design detail problem. Like, how do you detail, how do you write a rule for the framework that's trabeated, just carrying something over the landscape in a system of columns, to allow it to do things like a handrail and to allow it to make random odd changes of angle? How do you actually used to give that problem in Vertical Studio? It's the first problem for students to do. Like, how do you make a walkway that has to have this rule that it allows for odd angled changes, and then it makes them? There are not many examples of projects like that. There's a beautiful project by Anderson Museum of the Cascades, where they made a series of tunnels into, they were trying to make a museum in a redwood forest that had been cut down, and they wanted to write a rule for what do you do when you run into roots? And so they wrote a rule, and then they would let the geometry generate itself. But the idea, you can imagine how difficult it would be to do in bamboo, right? Just how difficult it would be to detail it all. It's the kind of thing that for crying out loud, there are generations of Japanese bamboo cutters who've just figured out garden staves, right? But it seems to me that beginning to think that way would then also begin to carry over into the detailing of the larger buildings. Like, for me right now, the larger buildings aren't really detailed in bamboo. They're really detailed in wood, right? They're detailed in wood with X-bracing and cable, right? The X-bracing is not, traditionally X-bracing in that particular landscape is done with shear boards, not with cross bracing, and it's a fundamentally different kind of conception. Actually, I wrote down the name of there's this place quite beautiful, Monte Vista Lodge in Mindo, Ecuador, which is made of bamboo, where all the shear is handled either but primarily by boards, right? In when you need rectilinear spaces, right? Like traditional Japanese architecture, right? You have to have a rectilinear space, which you keep drawing in the sections. The sections are always rectangular or square spaces. Square grid is what you ultimately get. But getting the square grid requires that you put bamboo in tension, right? Which is this kind of strange, weird problem that is particularly hard with bamboo, because it's a material that often needs to be replaced, or actually has to have built into the way you conceptualize it some idea of replacement. So that's why going all the way back to kind of thinking about how you might begin to develop the parts and pieces of a system for a handrail that allowed you to make multiple angle decisions might also lead to the basis of a kind of more interesting, I think, language. Here you look at VTN, right? VTN's over there. They're trying to figure out this question of language and bamboo, right? And they're going in one direction, right? And they're going towards a kind of expressiveness built on kind of massive multiplicity. And I don't think that's what your problem is. But I also don't think the problem of your project is this kind of neutrality where you then begin to fill things, you begin to resolve with infill that isn't I mean, for me, the drawing that's missing here is the first layer of infill has to be the EAEA between your bamboo column and anything else you begin to conceive of. But then also, it seems to be the whole question of what the geometry has to accomplish is more interesting. The one thing that we haven't talked about, or you didn't talk about really, is what the roofs are made of and why the roofs aren't made of bamboo. Like, it's because like you want to avoid that particular problem, right? That's a whole other kind of dimensional dilemma about language and syntax and so forth that comes in. But that would be the other thing, I think, that the other direction to kind of resolve it. So you've said, I'm going to start with a detail of a handrail. I'm going to start with a decision about a roof. I'm going to work back from both ends to arrive at actually what I need to accomplish with this bamboo frame. I think that's how you might develop it towards a level of criticality that would then commend all the other thought that you put into your project, which I think is a beautiful project.
Yeah, that's super helpful. I think, you know, early on, I really struggled with the idea of bamboo, and it's like, I really want this whole thing to be bamboo, but, you know, we're still, I mean, as a world, we're still exploring, you know, how do we join these things? What does a hybrid model with bamboo and metal and maybe concrete look like? How can we maintain bamboo throughout its life cycle? You know, how can we take into consideration that breakdown, that natural breakdown? So yeah,
but the really good thing about the fact that we don't know that means that you as a student can leap into it with actual suggestions rather than avoidances. You know what I'm saying? Like you can say, so instead of saying, I don't know how to do this because it hasn't been done yet, you go, wait, this is the chance for me to say the way it should be done. Like, so for example, like the idea that you've got drawn all through your drawings, the idea of just bamboo coming to ground. And I just like, the bamboo is not, Nicole, the bamboo is not coming to the ground. You know, the bamboo is not going into the ground. It's just, it's, you know, already there's a detail that you have to configure conceptually that's going to have tremendous impact on what you could do then habitationally, right? So I think there are less roads in from the kind of point of view of propriety and more roads in from the fact that as a student in this moment with bamboo, you're allowed to tell the professor what is right. You know what I'm saying? Like it's this kind of moment where you take charge and you own, which I think is like spectacular. You know, it's just, you know, own it kind of thing.
Yeah. Wow, thank you so much. One thing I wanted to add to, you know, everything that has been already said is that I think Nicole did an amazing job in actually really immersing herself in this project and in the landscape and in the life of this plant. And to me, where it's really visible is in the sections. And I was just, it was such a pleasure to watch her develop that section. I don't know if you can put one of the sections up maybe for a moment as we kind of wrap up, was really seeing a student of architecture who is capable of reconsidering what ground is and reconsidering what we consider as the environment, which is normally everything above the section line, and trying to start thinking about the environment as something that just changes, you know, from dense to less dense through different media, and how the roots and foundations are kind of inhabiting that space. And I think that this is really, to me, an incredible, you know, journey that I've watched her go on, and even the idea, you know, of embracing the system, which might be still a little bit rigid. It doesn't fully yet, you know, maybe get the intricacies of bamboo construction, but the fact that she actually decided to embrace a system that was not something that she saw somewhere and just replicated, but really worked through it was really incredible. And it went through a number of iterations of different trusses and different systems, and it did acquire some flexibility in response to, you know, different spaces. So I really wanted to, you know, congratulate you and say it's been a pleasure watching you on this journey. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, I've enjoyed working on it, and I thank you so much for all of your feedback. Took lots of notes, so I will be doing lots of research.
Wait, Nicole, can I add one more thing to your list of research?
Yes.
Like, so you started with that whole thing about the colors, and I think that this is like latent in all these discourses has been the kind of question about, you know, how the way you think about things might change as a question of reconsidering certain sets of values, right? So even a thing like color, and how you achieve it and how you get it, I think is this really, so in that kind of Polynesian landscape, the way color is gotten by taking many small things of color and combining them in like those feather blankets or the, like, or leis even, right? Like that, like taking many small things of color as opposed to imagining it as a pigment, right? So, I mean, I just think that there's this kind of like you're on at this kind of beautiful moment. You have the skill sets, you have the way of drawing, you have of literally letting all of those reconsiderations liberate what clearly is you already have the tool sets for. I just more power to you. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, thank you for being here, Alicia. Thanks a lot. Thank you, David. Well, Coleman never popped up. Sean will be back later, so we'll have him back, but I really appreciate your comments. Thanks for being here.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for having us. Yeah. Yeah, beautiful. I wish I'd been able to come earlier in the semester. I just think these problems, I think, first of all, the problem of hot and humid is just so interesting.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, plus Hawaii is just like, oh.
I know, I almost feel that there should be a studio in 2 installments, like fall and spring, fall dedicated to plants and landscape and spring to architecture, because it's really so much to pack into one semester that it would make a perfect kind of double studio.
I mean, all the comments that were said right now in the research, the amount of time takes time. So obviously, then I guess that the 16 weeks, I don't know exactly how many weeks you have.
Well, 15 minus 10 days that we lost to the winter storm.
It was tougher than that because the storm really knocked us out for 3 weeks.
Oh my
God, everything else recovered because it killed everything going into break, and it was just nuts, But the one thing,
really hard.
I just think that like I know that a lot of students are feeling down about that, but all the faculty are aware of this, and all the discussions. I think that you go into these kind of final reviews, you should be more very positive about like going. It's a working discussion about where I am and what I did and so forth. And anyway, whatever. Alex, thank you so much. Alicia, so nice to meet you. Yeah.
Same.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Okay, guys. So I will see you at 3 o'clock. Okay. Thanks a lot. Have a break.
Okay. Hello. I don't know if hang on, let me just see. Hi, John.
Hi.
Hello. Good to be here. I'm just still waiting. Oh, Victoria is here. Hello, Victoria. Hi.
Hi, guys.
Hi, I will introduce you in a moment. I'm just still waiting for Cisco and Sean, who might be late, but he was with us before. So just give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
We only have 2 projects to review, but we've been surprisingly taking a lot of time to review each of them because the conversations got long and the presentations have been also long because we've had a lot to say. So I'm glad that we don't have more than 2 projects per session.
Okay.
I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, well, Victoria was with us for the midterm. Hang on, I'm trying to adjust my volume. I'm sorry. Okay.
Can you hear me fine? Am I too loud or something? No? Okay.
Sounds good.
Hang on. Can you hear me now?
That's good. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, fantastic. Okay, I would like to wait at least for Cisco so that.
That's fine.
Yeah. John, did you have a chance to look through the brief, the syllabus?
I read not the syllabus, but the program description. I have it right here, so I can look through the syllabus also.
Okay, great. Okay, great.
Okay.
And one thing I can do is copy. If you prefer, sometimes it's easier to see the work on the Miro board. So I will also post it here. So this first link, that should be to the final projects. And then, well, I think that should be enough, yeah. It's the same that you have in the PDFs, it's just all together on one board.
Our project has some very minor differences from what's uploaded. So we made a few very minor changes as we rehearsed our
okay,
project.
that's fine.
It's close though.
Normal.
Oh, and then is the work posted?
Did you have also, do you want me to send you the link to the PDFs again?
I have those. I just want to see if the work is on Box or not.
Yeah, it was on Box. So hang on, if I can retrieve that link for you
No,
again.
I should have it right here. This is, oops.
It's in the main file, you know, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. Oh, Cisco is here. Great.
Good.
Hi, sorry.
Hi, Cisco. No problem. We'll just yeah, I think we can start. So let me just introduce our reviewers in this final third session. So we have John Blatt with us, who is a professor here at UT. We have Cisco Gomez, who is also a professor here and our Dean of Academic Affairs. And then we have Victoria Barbo with us, who is an independent practitioner with Resonant Matter in New York. We should also have in a couple of minutes Sean Connelly and Rick Barbosa, who are both in Hawaii. Sean is an independent practitioner. His studio is called After Oceanic, and Rick Barbosa is basically the owner of the nursery that we've collaborated with. So they will be joining a little bit later, but they've been kind of following us on and off, so they know the project. And if you had a chance to read the syllabus, Cisco, did you have a chance to read through it?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, great. So Victoria knows the work because she was with us for the midterm. But I just wanted to emphasize maybe a couple of things before we start. One thing was that for me, the fundamental kind of ambition here was to really expose the students of architecture to plants and make sure that the plant becomes a protagonist in this project rather than just a decoration in the final drawings, which is often the case. So this, of course, also meant that due to the time constraints, the architectural part of the project did not, get as much attention as in a normal studio. It was slightly compressed, and that unfortunately was made even shorter because of the winter storm. So you will see the effects of that a little bit, but anyway, that's one thing I wanted to emphasize. And the other thing is the importance of the collaboration with Sean Connelly and Rick, who not only allowed us to really gain a more intimate understanding of the natural dynamics and the cultural applications of some of these plants, but Rick was the person who helped us choose the plants that we worked with and kept on helping us to basically find the information that we were missing as we were working on it. So this has been very important. Okay, so we have two, and Cisco, you were not here. I don't know if you see in the chat, but I also posted a link to our Miro board. This is just the same final projects that are on the in the box folder in case you prefer to see all of it together. And that way you can quickly also see the projects that you're not seeing for context. Okay, so we have, first of all, Ken and Justin. You can take over whenever you're ready.
I think we're ready. Justin, you ready?
Okay.
Yeah, ready.
Go for it.
Hi, I'm Justin Perkins.
And my name is Ken Sneed.
Our research focused on Colocasia esculenta, or more commonly known as Kalo. Next slide. Haiku Agricultural gathers modern and traditional Hawaiian ethnobotanical practices, the incubator for future Hawaiian agricultural autonomy, and the confluence between Hawaii's native flora and its people. Next slide. Kalo is one of the most important plants of indigenous Hawaiian culture, where the oha, or corn bud as seen in pink, is mashed down and turned into poi. Fresh poi is used as a staple in the luau ceremony, as well as a fermented version that was taken on long hunting expeditions. Next slide. While the consumption of the Kalo corn is the main driver of cultivation, the whole plant is used within Hawaiian culture. As stated earlier, the corn is mashed down for poi for food as well as medicine. The huli, which consists of the top of the corm and the bottom stem, are used as cutting to propagate the plant instead of natural pollen fermentation. The leaf and stem are used for livestock feed. And lastly, the leaves and flowers can be used for food or decoration in a burial ceremony. Next slide. Poi production is an extremely ritualistic and knowledge-based process with the corms first being harvested from the lo'i ponds, then washed and scrubbed to remove their toxic skins. A small portion of the skin is left on to provide for the bacteria that allows for fermentation. After that, they are cooked and consumed in a traditional underground stove known as an imu during the communal luau ceremony. Next slide. Even though Kalo is integral to Hawaiian culture, its production has been decreasing in recent years. And compared to the agricultural land as seen in the diagram, as seen in pink on the diagram, the Kalo production is relatively small with the dark red dots. Next slide. Our site is on the northeastern edge of Oahu. The region historically and culturally has a relatively large portion of Kalo cultivation. And we just want to highlight the dash in the bottom left. The dash zone is our site. Next slide.
Traditional Hawaiian society organized around the ahu pua'a, an economically and ecologically self-sufficient system of land division extending along an individual watershed from the mountains to the ocean. Kalo pondfield agriculture, known as lo'i, was central to the ahu pua'a. All resources needed to grow and process kalo into food was found within the ahu pua'a's boundaries. Hawaiian society developed two distinct types of pondfield agriculture. The first, ka lo'i, occupied the banks of perennial streams, diverting water into the pond fields before re-releasing it into the stream course. The second type of lo'i pond field are stone-lined terrace matrices constructed on the steeper valley slopes. In terrace pond fields, water is retained in upslope reservoirs and slowly released to the pond fields by gravity. Lo'i are constructed by excavating a shallow depression and flooding it with water. Banks are reinforced by organic and inorganic materials and made water fast. Kalo thrives in inundated environments where other crops can't survive and are shade tolerant. So banana, sugarcane, and other staple foods can be grown along the banks of the lo'i without impacting pondfield productivity. A large volume of water flows through our site. A perennial stream cuts through the north section, but this area is culturally protected and so is off limits to building. Water also consistently flows through the middle and south sections of the site, shown here in blue and green. This water is currently unutilized and the resulting surface runoff enters concrete-lined stormwater ditches downslope of the site. Our calculations suggest that of the approximately 350,000 cubic meters of water falling annually on the watershed upslope of the site, about a third ends up as runoff entering the stormwater system below. If retained temporarily on site, This water can support approximately 5,500 cubic meters of kalo agriculture. The terrain of the site has a moderate but consistent slope, suggesting that the stone terracing method of pond field agriculture is viable on our site.
We just want to point out that the site is mainly overgrown with invasive bamboo. And then also, as seen in the picture on the right, the site is surrounded on 3 sides by kind of classic Hawaiian mountains and cliffs. Next slide. The site has multiple infrastructure elements, most notably a large power line going through the middle of the site and a large drainage ditch on the eastern edge of the site. This photo on the right specifically is showing the ditch further in the neighborhood looking east, but does show the size of the drainage diverted from our site. Next slide. As noted earlier, we deeply analyzed the water flow across the site. These forces actually provided our main ordering system for the project. Where the highest concentration of water flows across the site, we began to place lowy ponds parallel to the contours, then subtracted the ponds in relation to our programmatic needs and the available water flow across the site. The size of each low E element are based on satellite photos of existing ponds in the surrounding area. Next slide. With the main access road on the north side of the site, you can begin to see the infrastructure, the actual low E ponds in dark blue, as well as the paths and residual low E substructure that tapers off across the site in relation to the low E. We just want to point out again that denser vegetation in this drawing highlights the site's existing drainage paths. Next slide.
Where was the drainage ditch that you showed an image of on that site plan?
So that drainage ditch that we were looking at is if you're standing, can you see my, here, I'll annotate it.
Yeah, I can see,
If you're standing right there, you'd be looking back up into the site here. That's where that image was taken, is from this point looking back towards the site.
Thank you.
Okay, give me a moment here. Let me get off the annotation.
This perspective from the southwest corner of the site provides an overview of the structure of the Lowy Ponds in relation to the topography and surrounding site context. One aspect to note is that our site borders the Stairway to Heaven, an extremely popular summit hike on the island. So we created an access point for guests to easily connect with this hiking path. This vantage is actually taken from that access point. Next slide. While the underlying ordering system is the Lowy Ponds, we wanted to create a dichotomy between the more private research facilities and the public-facing guest services with a crisscrossing pattern that provides separation between the two elements with one focused area where they intersect to allow for presentations and dissemination of knowledge. Next slide.
The concept of intersecting pathways informs Haiku's program distribution. Visitors enter through the northeast corner of the site, while staff enters through the northwest corner. Visitors are greeted by a cafe and welcome center upon arrival. The two paths intersect in the center of the community complex, which includes a communal dining area. From this junction, visitors can either proceed uphill to the private residences or downhill to the community pool and poi processing building. The lower path proceeds past the pool house and poi processing facility to the building that hosts the nursery and kalo processing storehouse. Beyond, staff access the research center and ethnobotanical gardens. Both staff and visitor pathways lead to the Stairway to Heaven trailhead at the southwest corner of the site. Here we focus on the nursery and kalo cultivation storehouse on the east side of the site, visitor residences on the west, and the terraced Lowy pond field separating the public and private areas of activity. Abundant operable fenestration allows the indoor environment to be enclosed or open to the outdoor environment as conditions allow, welcoming ocean breezes from the east and allowing occupants passage along the lanai, the veranda that surrounds the enclosed spaces. The lanai are covered by deep roof overhangs, channeling ocean breezes through the open structures and providing generous shade and cover from rain for the lanai beneath. Similarly, the building that houses poi processing and the pool house are permeable to the outdoor environment, strengthening the connection between the activities of the occupants and the hybrid constructed natural environment beyond.
This perspective is on the northeastern edge of the site from the entrance of the guest service parking lot. Again, we'd like to highlight the underlying lowy walls and how that substructure relates to the foundations of our buildings and their interaction with the typology of the site. Also, the infrastructural nature of the project speaks to the elements surrounding the site, like the highway overpass and the power lines. This longitudinal section is taken from the guest services entrances, then cutting through the main pathway intersection point and up into the visitor residences. Most notably in this drawing, I would like to point out that the close proximity from one building to another allows for their floor plates to connect with each other, turning the cantilevers instead into spans.
So I'm going to change just really quickly so we can zoom in on this section here. So cutting the middle of the site transversely exposes the stormwater ditch that follows the downhill boundary of the site, the lower path, the fish pond, the community pool, the terraced pond fields, the residences, and the upper path, and the edge of the Haiku Valley forest upslope of the site. Native plants enclose the site along its edges and inhabit the spaces in between. Human and non-human inhabitant activities, building form and construction methods, and areas of botanical cultivation are conceived as part of a constructed landscape integrated into the surrounding natural environment.
Thank you for your time, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you.
Can you go back to the site plan?
The program plan or the site plan?
The site plan.
This one right here?
Yeah. Sorry, this is so just wrapping my head around what you've done. You talked about, I appreciate the analysis of the, what are they called? The ponds, the
lowy
ponds.
Lowy, yeah.
You know, that's I'm farthest thing from an expert, but you know, I'm familiar with landscapes that are terraced for agriculture, and many of them have walls that are built, you know, along the lines of the contours, parallel with the contours. I wanted to ask about, you mentioned in passing that the size of the cells was derived from an analysis of looking at existing pond conditions. I wondered about these walls that are perpendicular to the contours, and what their purpose was. Like, is it necessary that these be divided longitudinally into segments as well? Or maybe they are just traditionally?
The reason that there are some going perpendicular to the contours is because there is a need to be able to access the ponds upslope of the ones that border the east side of the site. So the staff is able to walk up these along the walls that are going perpendicular to the contours in order to access each pond and go in and work with the plants.
Okay.
It's also just for structural stability to help to keep the walls from giving out under the weight of hydrostatic pressure.
As well as like separation between different ponds too, because depending on what stage the lowy is growing in, it needs more water.
That's right.
On the more mature it is, the more water it requires. So it's a greater subdivision that allows for the control of how much water is in each pond.
Yeah, you flood it, and then you might need to increase it as the plants grow to keep the roots submerged because that's how they grow, but you don't want to always keep the whole, you don't want to keep the whole plant submerged. Otherwise, it can become weakened, and then it'll be vulnerable to bacteria and other things like that, fungus.
And in one of the transverse sections, you had a swimming pool or a
Sure.
swimming.
Should I go back to that?
No, I just wanted you to point out in the plan where
sure. That's right here. So this is the pool house. I don't know, can you see? So
yeah, I can see. Yep.
So this is the pool house right here. And on one side is the fish pond. And then on the other side is a pool, is a natural pool. And maybe I can go to the section if it helps for the dimensioning of things, because it looks like it's extending pretty far into the pool, but part of that is that the roofs are fairly cantilevered. They extend pretty far out, and so it's not very exposed in plan view, but you can get a better sense of the pool in section. It's not a large pool, but it's enough for several people. Should I go back to that section?
No, it's okay. I'm just trying to get a sense of where everything is. And then I'm assuming these two pieces are collecting water for the whole system from the ravines.
Yes. So this one this one here is where the majority of the water comes down onto the site. The vast majority, like 80, I would say 85% of the water comes, and it's held in a reservoir before being released by gravity along the pond fields. This one right here is more of a water retention pond and a water feature separating the parking lots. There's less water that comes here, but this is not connected to the pond fields over here. These are parking lots. I know that in this drawing right now, they're showing up as about the same tonal value as the low E, but this is more of a water retention pond and with aquatic plants growing in it, but not part of the low E cultivation system itself. I had a question about the program. Maybe we can go to the other slide that kind of outlines the different facilities. Sure. And maybe the site plan that looks similar to this. Yeah, exactly. And maybe you can speak, because you kind of alluded to it, how they are connecting, because you had the diagram, I remember from last time as well, that you were kind of talking about these meeting points. Maybe you can go a little bit more into detail where or how you thought about that. Sure. So as we said, that there are basically two separate paths that cross each other in the community center. So there's a pavilion in the center of this area right here, and that's where the intersection occurs. Visitors come in from this parking lot here in the northeast side of the site and can move up here into the community center and then beyond into the residences, which are part of the upper part of the site. Staff parks in this upper parking lot, and there's some facilities maintenance building here, and then that path also crosses through the community center and then traverses along the lower edge of the site, along where the poi processing facility is, and the nursery and the storehouse for the agricultural cultivation, as well as a research center back over here. And then they meet up again at the far end of the site, where the pathway connects to the trailhead to the stairway to heaven.
As you go further south, the paths become more private, with them just intersecting at that center point on the northern portion of the site.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, so the brief asks you the syllabus or the specific program brief, either one, I don't think it matters, but it asks you to think like an architect. What does that, can you elaborate on what that means to you and how you've interpreted that in this project? It also mentions think like an ethnobotanist and like a botanist, et cetera. So there's no, and think like an artist as well. So there's a number of considerations, but when it says think like an architect, what are you taking from that, or what does that mean to you?
Well, I think that what that means to me is that the buildings, their placement, their construction, and the spaces that they create are set the stage for the activities that for the program that's taking place on the site. And so the buildings per se, they create spaces that will both frame the experience of the cultivated spaces, but also frame the experience of the natural environments. Okay. I think that's what that means to me. So it's the architecture takes a backstage to the occupant activities taking place on the site.
Okay, I think it's a really important question for you right now in your education. So it's because I was trying to imagine, if this was a presentation by a botanist or an ethnobotanist, it feels a little bit more like that to me than a presentation by an architect. Not that I love architects more than botanists, I don't necessarily, but it sounds like it's heavily weighted in a sensitivity towards the growing of the plant and the nurturing of the plant and keeping the plant growing. I'm struggling a little bit to wrap my to see where the architecture is in it, which then leads me to the question of, well, what does that mean? What does it mean? What does it mean to be an architect? And I know that it's more than just problem solving. So a lot of this is connected to making things work. But I'm looking at the units, especially in the site plan, and they seem to be very their position seems to be dictated by a specific localized attitude relative to the contours. Everything is placed relative to the contours, and the buildings seem to be very self-considered. That is, they're designed from how they sit on the ground and then develop singularly. And the space in between each of the structures looks residual to me. It's whatever is left over. So the sculpting of space or the carving of space, or to really like that consideration, I'm not reading in the site plan very much at all. It's very much secondary. So this is where I start to say it looks a little bit like if I imagine if a botanist were to lay it out, each of these would work very, very well. They might sit on the ground exactly right. They might be placed in exactly the right way. But there wouldn't be this other thing that carried through. Maybe the space and organization of these things might be more important. But an example of this is the campus at UT. If you remember what that's like, maybe you haven't been there in a year or so, but if you remember that, it originally was a collection of buildings like Sutton Hall. Sutton Hall is one of the early buildings, and they're just like individual self-determined buildings, like objects that are scattered around in an open field. But then the plan of 1927 or 1930 or so made the spaces the dominant element. So the South Mall is the dominant element, and then the East Mall and the West Mall. And then buildings began to be subservient or secondary to that. So there was a real dialogue between the space and the organization of the spaces, which is interesting because it's not a thing, and the buildings, which then began to be secondary to that. And that seems like that's something that's there's an opportunity in this to start to explore that in a way that might be perhaps more strongly developed. Also talks about it in the program here, creating something which is about contemplation, transformation, and preservation of Hawaiian flora. So how do you facilitate, encourage, and optimize contemplation and contemplation? How do you do that? How does an architect, or how do you as a designer, while solving all these problems, because it's taken for granted that you're going to do all this in a way that works well, right? But how do you then maximize or optimize or encourage this condition of contemplation in the project or in the site? Now this takes it back to this section. Your sections are actually, I think, very, very compelling and very, very beautiful. But although I love the diagrams of the plan, I love everything in your presentation, and I'm set up to really sink my teeth into the architecture of your project, but it's like not there yet. So
can you elaborate on where one might go in order to start developing that in greater detail? Would it be in the construction of the buildings, in the space making? Can you discuss that a little bit more?
Slide 20, please. It's the one that shows it's a plan, the larger scale plan.
This one right here?
Yep, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Forward one. One more.
One more back.
Oh,
this one right here.
Yeah, that one right there. So this is. I mean, for me, you can look at the composition of the frame to start to see where somebody's, intention is, and this very much is about, I think, very successfully talking about the heart of the project is really with these things right here. My criticism, because I feel I'm supposed to be as harshly critical as possible. Is that correct? I'm trying to remember what my job here. Okay, let's just say I was going to be as harshly critical as possible. I would say these things look a little bit too self-contained, like a self-contained hut that one might find on a mountain hillside built with indigenous intention. Now, there's an entire argument that says what's wrong with that, but that's a different conversation. What I'm looking for is what you're bringing from yourself and your background into these things. What I'm trying to see is how these buildings might start to connect or relate to one another at the same time that they are secondary to what happens with the plants and the nurturing and the development of the plants. So that while you are in one place, you might start to develop a sense or an awareness of what happens in the other place. And then and then this little flag goes off in my head that says, talk about the way Japanese gardens are laid out. And then I realize I don't know enough about it. I know that there is something about the way that the landscape is an important part of how these buildings as objects or pavilions or huts or singular objects are placed in a dynamic balance with the landscape in a way that it tells you a story or that it leads you together, and that there might be a lesson in that. And this is where I, it's on my list of things to understand better. But as I'm in one place, I might have a very strong sense of awareness of who this person is over here and what happens in that place, and it might in some way lead me across into another. So that my whole experience of the place would be more than just understanding the plants in the center and the collection of these individual elements, but it might be a collective experience that's woven across the entire site in some possible way. Now that might be the case. I'm not sure. I don't see it yet, and it may in fact be there.
I think that, like, for example, in this section, you can see that there, and maybe in the perspective, like, you can see that there is a visual connection between the activities that are taking place on the lanai, the opening up of the buildings, the sense that there is a separate section above and below, but there is the thing that's connecting them is the plants that run as an axis down the site. So I think that like the visibility and the understanding that there is a connection between the activity going on down here and what's being supported up here. But based on our diagram of the crossing paths, we didn't want the buildings to start to meld together or take over that center area of the low-E and the kalo production, because that was the central focus of why people are on this site.
Okay.
But I think like visibility and the openness of the buildings, the ability for the buildings to open up and become permeable and porous and to see into these more open spaces, that there's a visual connection between them, even though you can't necessarily, and we don't really want people to necessarily come down across these like that.
Okay. Yep, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just looking to see if there's some untapped potential that exists within these things. Right now, go ahead and back to that slide again, please.
This one right here.
That one right there. Yeah. So these I'm looking at the decks. I'm reading them as decks because I'm not sure that's the right word, but this
lanai.
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 Okay. So what's the definition of a lanai?
The lanai is the Hawaiian the word for veranda, or it's the platform that surrounds the enclosed space to allow movement around the building that's not natural, but allows you know, you to experience the outdoor climate and the views without having to be in an enclosed space.
Perfect. That's a great element. That's an element I might examine a little bit more closely and perhaps maybe elaborate on or apply some of a creative approach to it right now. This, when I see it right here, starts to show an area that really either it's not occupiable or it doesn't invite occupation.
Right.
And I'm starting to just,
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if the lanai itself might start to, I don't know, maybe break away from the direct attachment to the wall-like enclosure of the building. So you have the wall-like enclosure of the building as one of the elements. You have the lanai as the occupiable surface, which might, I don't know, do whatever it does. Maybe it turns into something which is a connection. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. But the lanai is one thing. These walls which enclose the building might be a second system or a second element. The columns which hold the roof up might be a third element, and then the roof structure themselves might be a fourth element. So each of those four elements, instead of being directly connected to each other in identity, might start to be developed independently as different things. So some of them might have a program where they connect all the way across the site, like maybe the roof profile in some way might connect us all the way across its experience. The lanai as an occupiable surface might be something which moves us in a different direction. The enclosure and the site placement, I'm very happy and completely satisfied with that. And then maybe the structure starts to perhaps do its own thing, or maybe it's just, you know, fairly quiet, or maybe it starts to suggest, you know, as column grids sometimes do, there's this other system, a grid-like system or field condition, which could be read as more universal, something which, like, you know, has its sense of a grid which could extend forever across the site in some sort of like Cartesian expanse.
I think that the grid system, at least for the way that they're set up on the buildings, and the buildings, if we look at the section, for example, do you mind clearing that, John?
Yep.
Clearing the annotation.
I'm trying to.
The grid is so the buildings are set up on the actual foundation of the buildings are set up on these stone walls, right? So the reason that they wouldn't conform to a Cartesian grid necessarily is that the stone walls themselves are integral to the support of the building itself.
Okay. No, I like that quite. No, I love your sections. Your sections are fabulous. I really, really like them. There may be some opportunity in the further development of the interior of the building for that central, because that starts to be like an analogy of the plant. The plant's grounded in a very strong way. It has a stem structure, and then the leaves, in a certain sense, branch out from that. It doesn't have to be literal, but it might draw some inspiration in the way that thing begins to work. So if it were maybe more legible in the enclosing walls of this upper structure or something, I think that might be another opportunity.
Sure.
That's a great point. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say, thank you. I agree with some of the points, and other points, I think, because I've seen the process of the project, I want to, you know, have a slightly different opinion maybe. So I think it's actually, what we've said, or what John has said, that the sections are really powerful, because I think what's happening here is the kind of interweaving of what your original idea actually was that came out of the midterm where, you know, you're literally living with the plant, the nursery, you're living with the water, and the water was the driving factor in your entire project. I mean, I love the idea. I think I told you last time that I love that you guys designed with water. I mean, as an architect, most of the times you're trying to get the water out after and try to like find solutions, but now you're actually designing with it. And I think that's really powerful. And I think, because the interweaving of these kind of different levels where the architecture actually becomes part of the landscape is very visible here in the section. But then I think, it kind of like is not as visible in the plan, because you automatically try to kind of align certain things, and they kind of don't really work. So I agree that there's kind of misalignments, and maybe they need to be more pronounced in order to become more powerful. Because I think what was the driving factor of this entire studio, and which is the beauty of it, is that the architecture is not taking over the landscape, but is working with the landscape. But maybe sometimes you need to be more decisive as an architect in order to frame it then. And we were talking about the Japanese garden. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I was living in Japan for a while, and I was really fascinated by the way that architecture plays a role in framing natural landscapes, and mostly artificially made natural landscapes. They're not really natural, but the way that that works is always by taking itself back, but then also being very pronounced. So I think what kind of gets lost, maybe also in the perspectives that you show us, is that we can maybe not read it as much because it's all black and white. And I think that's the only criticism I really have for you guys, is that I would love to see, you know, the richness of the site. And that will be the opportunity to show it to us, because right now, which is actually, you know, philosophically, it's interesting because it creates almost like a field condition where nothing is really having hierarchy over the other. But in this sense, I cannot really read it. So I would love to see the framing, you know, I would love to see the materiality of these, you know, almost pergolas that you guys are creating here. And I think what's really beautiful is the different conditions of interweaving the different, you could say, living worlds. I mean, there's a term, Aleksandra probably knows it, Umwelt, the different umwelts of the different organisms. So basically, like, you're living with the fish and you're very close to them. So I think it's really interesting, and it's almost provocative to live that way. But maybe sometimes as an architect, making more pronounced decisions and kind of almost being a little bit more provocative can be helpful. And I think it's really legible in your sections. It's not as legible in your plans because the shapes are not as refined. And maybe it's because they're all grouped together, so they read differently. If they were single elements kind of distributed, they would probably read different. So, but I think overall it's a really great project, and I love the idea with the water and the way that you found your placements on the site. So, thank you.
Yeah, you know, it's the sections, which I also appreciate, really drive home the astronomical amount of construction that's in this project. Like, just the amount of wall that you have packed into the amount of stone. And
like in a good way?
No, that's not a value judgment. It's just an observation.
All right.
I'm just thinking about how much wall there is there.
Right.
And I agree with a lot of what's been said. Can you go back to the site plan? For me, my critique, and I share some of the compliments that have been made, but for me, my biggest questions have to do with the pavilionization of the building. So I really appreciate the approach to the project and the planning of the landscape, this kind of segmented field condition of elements that are sometimes the ponds for the agriculture and sometimes more landscape elements. But the fact that that was driven by this careful analysis of what the slope's doing, where the water is coming from, the ravines and things like that, I think is very strong. Yeah, I think one of the most powerful elements is this larger figure in the landscape of the kind of flooded. And I think this relates to what John was asking, because this is such a strong move. It actually can hold its own against these bigger already existing elements like the natural ravines, which are larger figures in the landscape. And you, as has been said, you kind of created this field condition of segmented elements that you then infilled. But you never really talked about the decision to then follow up with an architectural massing strategy, which was pavilionized. You know, you kind of have all these elements in your land plan, and then, you know, you kind of treat them like suburban lots. Like every 2 elements gets a house, gets a living unit, and it occupies the middle of this element. That's the exact same strategy as what's happening here, right? There's a property line here, and you're going to plop a house in the middle. In fact, when you squint, this looks a lot like this. And maybe that was intentional, but you didn't talk about that. And when you responded to John, I think, you know, John's discussion of how these buildings could potentially relate across that flooded landscape I think gets at this idea that there could be larger relationships or larger figures that begin to read across that area. And your response was basically, well, there's lanai on both sides, so there is a relationship. But you could have any configuration of buildings as long as there was a lanai on the residential side and a lanai on the more public side, that relationship would exist. And so I question that, be completely transparent, I question the decision to break up these elements into individual pavilions. I think there could be a strategy that actually would be more deferent to the landscape plan, where these buildings were connected, were the equivalent of row houses, where it's actually the edge against the water, which is the primary expression, as opposed to the individual corners of each roof in each building.
Sure. Yeah.
And
yeah. Sorry, yeah, I agree. I'm not cutting you off, am I supposed to go?
No, it's fine.
Yeah. I agree. And one of the first things that I might do is look at the site plan, but instead of seeing it this way, just cut it through the foundation just above the ground. So you have like the roots of what each of the buildings are, and then start to see if there's some kind of overall relationship or logic to how those relate to each other, and the site or not the site. They could be something that's independent of the site. Because in a way, I mean, there's an exercise where, I mean, I think I'm probably just reinforcing what Cisco says, where like this singular body of water might start to be more singular and more of a body of water. And then these buildings, which are in a relationship right now, might be in a more decisive relationship with each other. And, it's almost the same place, but their ordering system starts to change a little bit. And then just go up in space a little bit and start to see where the lanai and the occupiable platform that sits on top of those is. And perhaps it starts to be, maybe they're more like lily pads that float over this pond in a certain sense. So they start to be more figural and more, grounded on this center thing. And just going to keep going from there. There's a lot of sensitivity, a lot of good work here. Nice.
Yeah, it's I think where there's a lot, where the intelligence I'm really admiring is in those larger relationships. Like I love this idea that it's connected to a circulation path that's important to the community. And the diagram of the crisscross paths is very clear. The one thing it is kind of creating is a situation where the primary path, which might be used by others, people who don't really belong to this community, is bringing you by all the living spaces. I wonder if maybe this should connect there and go past them.
As far as that's concerned, so this is actually right now is the back secret entrance to that trailhead. The trailhead is actually like a quarter mile. You got to walk under the highway. Okay. But this is like the super secret off limits currently, because this is government controlled land. But because the site will now be occupied by this center, this cultivation center, it becomes more like the back route to get to the actual trailhead, which is about a quarter mile away. So it's right now it's only the people who are willing to risk arrest that access it this way.
It's actually not accessible to the public right now because it just needs badly needs maintenance. But I think what we're suggesting here is that in the future there could be some kind of a connection. But I think what Cisco is saying is important, that if you are suggesting an access, making it into more public access and thinking about how people would actually move through this site once the public is allowed, public that is not just interested in this particular plant and the Loip fields, would be important. So yeah, exactly. So thinking maybe about how that path works better to serve the public, and how you would have to maybe slightly differentiate the project in order to make sure that people are not passing through like research facilities. That could be also another layer, right? Thank you so much for all the comments. I don't know, Sean is here. I know that you've joined. I don't know how much you've seen. If you want to make some comments, but feel free not to if you joined too late. I think that what I found really fascinating about this conversation is, the issue of systems that emerged and the potential for this project to kind of evolve as a layering of different systems that are independent and have independent logics, and then start to somehow negotiating. And right now it's clear that the Louis system is the one that drives everything. The architecture is a secondary system that came in later, and it did acquire a lot of flexibility from where it was initially. So I have to say that, you guys really pushed it, but it's still very self-referential in many ways and fragmented in ways that could be questioned. So I think there was a lot of important, many important comments that you got today that could help you push it further.
The discussion reminded me, I don't know if you know the house by Sutu Demura. There, he did one of his houses is in one of these terraced landscapes, I think probably in Portugal somewhere. It's in, I think, the Douro River Valley. But that's a landscape where, I don't know if they're growing almonds or olives or what, but it's stone walls that parallel the contours. So they kind of wind around. Yeah. And that house is also an idea about a house that is different to landscape, but the entire house is, it's made of concrete and layered with stone, but the entire house is about the edge. It's a stone wall on the outside, and then it's embedded in the ground. It doesn't really have a figure in and of itself. It completely borrows the landscape expression for its exterior expression. So, I mean, it's just another way to go. Sure. I do think, looking at the sections, given the climate and the interest in the lanai, this idea of kind of a structure, I think it was in the section that, this idea of kind of a central structure. John referenced this a little bit, but it reminds me a lot of Jean Nouvel's Maison Tropicale, which was kind of a centralized structure. In that case, it was moment frames with, but the idea was the perimeter is completely freed of all responsibilities. Yeah. And so it can be very light or flexible. And so I think you have a construction system which is similarly intelligent.
Yeah, I also see a lot of intelligence in the section and a lot of promise in the section in terms of integration of different systems and architectural kind of novelty that could emerge from that. And I definitely agree that the plan could kind of evolve further. But great work, guys. Thank you for the comments, and let's move on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. So it's Maddie and Michael, last but not least.
Hopefully not least.
Hopefully not, sure not.
Okay, is it playing nice?
Yes, yeah, you're good.
Perfect. Okay.
You do have one of those funny squares on your screen that is covering the top of the screen, which might disappear later, but it's the sign that you have something maybe covering it from like a window from a software or something.
Yeah, it's my Zoom controls. Let me see if.
Oh,
I think
okay.
if you share the I think that if you share the screen rather than share the program, that will disappear. Was that present during my presentation, during our presentation too? That bar? It was not. So I just shared my screen rather than sharing the application.
Well, that's what I did. But we try one more thing. If not, we'll just roll with it. Is it still there?
Yeah, it is.
That's a bummer. All right.
Let's see, maybe it disappears. Just
we'll get started. Sorry about that. Okay.
It's okay.
So I'm Michael West.
I'm Madison Vincent.
And we'll be taking you through our Koko'olo tea program. So first, we will introduce you to the Koko'olo plant, which we studied, which is a beggar tick that is endemic to Oahu, and it is it's a type of almost weed, a kind of bush that is very prolific on the island. It propagates very easily. There's a botanical plate breaking up those elements a little bit, and here we studied a little bit just for some context where it likes to grow. It prefers higher elevations and moist soils, but it really can propagate just about anywhere on the island.
Yeah, and like Michael said, it's called a beggar tick, which means it has these like prongs on its seed, and in that regard, it sticks to fur, it sticks to clothing, and that's like its main way to propagate, as well as via the wind. And it's shrub-like in its form and reaches about 3 feet in maturity.
So the primary transformation of this plant as it relates to humans is it makes a good tea. And on here, we noted that it's believed that the flowers could have been used for lei, but it's not likely due to their size. So we focused primarily on the tea component as a way to connect this plant with humanity again, and as a way of really engaging with the plant and with the landscape.
And like Michael said, it's pretty prolific on the island. And so the main way that these leaves are gathered is just by foraging for them and just going out and picking them yourself. And then this is just kind of breaking down that tea process. So the leaves are picked, sometimes the flowers as well, and they're boiled in a calabash bowl with some hot stones. And then depending on the strength of the tea, it just steeps for a few minutes.
So with a little bit of that in mind, we'll look at the site, which you just saw, so we won't spend too much time talking about it because you know the context, but there it is against the urban fabric in the valley of the Polo Mountains there. And so we started to pull from Sean's documentation pictures of the site.
Yeah, we were really interested in how a lot of Sean's videos, they just naturally started forming these glimpses and views that we really wanted to highlight. And you can see in some of these pictures that there's a lot of invasive species on the site, a lot of bamboo that's not endemic. And so we'll address that later on, but how we intend to address that. But just some views of the site. And then moving into some precedents, we really liked this idea of capturing glimpses and views and just kind of allowing the landscape to kind of set its own stage and tell its own story. And so this precedent in particular, we were really drawn to how the architecture just almost starts to frame these views and disappears at moments and reappears. And there's just, it allows for this natural progression through the site without feeling like you're forced down a certain path. And then here's some other precedents in terms of just capturing views. Indirectly and directly, a lot of Scarpa that we pulled from. And just really like this idea of very minimal and intentional moments of interruption that allow for these glimpses and views to be emphasized.
So with that, the diagrams that you saw on the glimpses images we had earlier is what's represented here. We started with Sean's path because we were particularly interested with what the landscape was showing, what was there, and we wanted to try to capture that. So we took some of his videos that he had and we we noted some important points that we marked in red here. And from there, we looked at how we can start to connect them and zone out the site based on those, as well as what the program of the project required. And so as we started to connect those and generate a form by injecting the program into it, we landed on this partie that really took the form of this long wall that kind of grew and shrank based on the program and on what views it was trying to capture. And here are those same layers, just kind of pulled out in the valley behind it so you can start to see, as well as the site sections of the kind of greater chunk of the island, just to start to understand what the landscape is actually doing in those moments. But that brought us here.
So here's that just a site plan. You can kind of start to see this spine that's snaking its way through the site. And there's moments where it starts to break apart allow for occupation, as well as just penetration, and really start to create these views.
Yeah, the two primary things to note looking at the site as a whole, in addition to what Maddie said, was the overall progression and loop that we created here, the way that it starts to create this procession as you move through the site, and how the walls, as well as the water features that we've started to introduce, will give you those glimpses and pull people into the site as it gets more dense, of course, along with the path that was included for more pragmatic reasons and stuff like that. And then we cut these are some site sections which we'll look at more in depth later, but we wanted to provide a little bit of context with what we're looking at as far as how it stretches across the site and relates with the kind of density of the area around it.
Yeah, and so having our main form being this big wall that snakes its way through, we wanted to kind of explore the different characteristics that this wall takes on. And so there's 4 different kind of types. This one, number one that you see on the screen is these monolithic concrete walls that are the main presence on the site, sometimes being 8 feet or taller, and just they're always kind of there to help guide you through the site. And then having some softer notes of like a green living wall that this wall starts to turn into. And you can see down here towards the bottom of the screen, it's it kind of is almost like an arrow towards our tea pavilion down there. And then this is just kind of an opportunity to grow our plants in a more controlled area, but also some other local herbs and some plants as well. And then the third type just kind of being some low concrete walls that these major monolithic walls that we looked at earlier just kind of die down and allow for like sitting moments and moments of pause. And then the fourth just being some retaining walls to kind of help mitigate that grade change that is present on the site. So the idea is like this wall is always constantly snaking through, even if you don't necessarily see it at some instances, but that it's always present in some way or form. And then here's just some materiality that we're thinking. There is a lot of invasive bamboo on the site. And so we do want to keep that integrity of the existing site while introducing more local flora. But we do want to clear some of that bamboo out. And so thinking of maybe making this concrete walls being some bamboo board form. And then the living wall just being like 2x4 living wall construction. And then the stone masonry for these sitting walls, whether that comes from some stone that we move from the site, and then the retaining walls just being concrete as well.
Where are the wood walls in the project?
They are, yeah. On this plan, you can see they're in red. It's very faint. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay.
Those are wood, like wood cribbing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So we'll begin walking you through the plan a little bit just to start to, so you understand what we're doing.
Yeah, and then highlighted in these little red triangles is just some views that you'll see in the upcoming slides of some perspectives. But you'd start to see here, you kind of pull up into this parking area and you're faced with this big concrete wall. And then with a lower little wall towards your left, and that's starting to frame that view back towards this forested area right here. And then you're met with this path that you start to meander down. And the walls are just starting to split apart and just allow for these like glimpses and views to start to come into play. Yeah, and then here's just that perspective coming down the street, and then here at the fork in the road with the fountain kind of signaling that as well.
And as we move through, kind of in the meat of the site here, we're looking at the divide between the path that leads more directly to the pavilion and then the living units on the top side of this plan here on the other side of the divide. So this is where we began to cut some transverse sections, really starting to look at the relationship between those two wings of the project, if you will. And one of the two big takeaways we had in doing these were obviously expressing how much vegetation we really want to be present and divide the two sites, but also the grade change, how much higher the Tea Pavilion side is from the living units down below. And here are those perspectives taken. This is between the living units. This is a view framing the town and ocean, kind of in the northeast of the site, and then those green walls. And so here we're looking at the Tea Pavilion more closely, and again with the living units on the other side, looking towards the foraging area. Again, cutting those sections, looking at the relationship across the way, but also how the Tea Pavilion overall is much lighter in structure compared to the living units. We wanted the Tea Pavilion to be a little bit more light in regards to interacting with that landscape more directly, as well as it not requiring any kind of privacy. this is that longitudinal section taken facing that T pavilion. So you can see it again with the gradual slope change as it's moving from right to left here on the screen. And then here is the other longitudinal section of the living units with the T pavilion beyond it. So you can really see just how much higher it actually is there. And then of course, a quick diagrammatic section looking at that T pavilion in particular. And of course the views.
Yeah, this first, sorry, Michael.
Please, please.
Yeah, so this is perspectives kind of taken at that end of that green wall, and beyond these concrete walls is that T pavilion that you'll see in the next perspective.
Yeah, this one taken from kind of in the you could call it the kitchen area, but a lot of what we aim to do here was set the stage for how they would, how the people running this would choose to use this space, especially because the Koko'ala is so simple, for lack of a better word, in how it's transformed. As we discussed earlier, you really just boil the leaves and that's it. We wanted the space to be very flexible in that regard. But anyway, so this is in that pavilion looking out towards the bamboo and the propagation beyond.
And then this is just kind of that last sequence moving through the site. You see that flex space down at the bottom left. And then this area, we kind of envisioned just being a foraging spot. So the vegetation that's there just being respected and left alone, and allowing it to just grow, as well as planting our koko'ala in there and allowing for foraging.
Yeah. And then here's just one last transverse section through that particular area with the flex space. We didn't quite call it out, but there's an additional flex space on the other side of the loop that is used both for making tea, but also for other purposes, perhaps education and study. And then you also see on this the retaining wall, highlighting kind of how we're beginning to terrace out that area. Here's a close-up of that particular pavilion. It holds the same language as the tea shop, with the main addition of a wall that starts to kind of, it frames out that loop that we were looking at earlier. And then here's a longitudinal section of that same area. And this is our perspective taken on the kind of living unit side of that same area. As you start to more towards the living units and kind of dive back into the bamboo, you see the more controlled, uncontrolled propagation of the koko'ala on site with the land beyond. And so just to summarize everything, we want to read through this really quickly to leave you with. In studying the koko'ala plant, it is clear there is a direct connection between humanity and nature on both the biobotanical and transformational level. The koko'ala is useful in its capabilities to make tea, and this transformation becomes a mechanism for human engagement. This opportunity to re-engage and reconnect people with the local flora and surroundings took the form of a tea pavilion.
Currently, the site is populated by invasive bamboo, among other invasive species. However, there are still opportunities for local flora to flourish and coexist with these invasive species. The design aims to re-engage people with nature by respecting the current site conditions and create a new biodiversity of local and foreign flora on the site. The architecture takes the form of a series of walls that guide patrons through the site and captures glimpses and views of the surrounding nature, with the form itself being derived directly from the natural environment. The intervention frames this new biodiversity of invasive and local flora with minimal but intentional interruption.
As one moves across the site, they are guided by both walls and carefully placed water features to facilitate movement and meditative contemplation as one engages with the landscape. The architectural walls then unfold themselves across the site, allowing them to pass through them, around them, and occupy them. The tea pavilion itself grows out of this form and faces the natural koko'ala plant, continuing to reinforce the connection with the landscape. This way, the design aims to simply set the stage for creating a connection between humanity and nature and rebuild the relationship. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
If I may, so I think in your statements in the end, it really comes together, and I think it's a really beautiful project. I was, fortunate to be on the midterm review, and I thought, the thoughtfulness with which you guys are going through this is really beautiful. I wanted to ask you to maybe specifically talk about the placements of these different types of walls, because your precedence was Scarpa, and Scarpa's way of placing, materials and kind of contrasting them to elevate each other and frame views. Maybe you can talk a bit about how you went about it, if it's similar to Scarpa, if you like, what are decisions that you made and why did you place, for example, the living wall in the areas that you did, just to kind of give us an idea. I have like an idea about it myself, but I would like to hear you guys kind of say a bit more about that.
Sure.
Why
Maddie,
the different types of walls? Sorry.
Maddie, did you want to say, or do you want me to?
I think you could start it off. I might add on to it.
So initially, the original distinction was just low wall and high wall. And we wanted to use that as a way of starting to, as you probably remember a little bit more at mid-review, it was more about the height of the walls and how that was a way of starting to suggest it. And as you followed it, it started to create the forms. But from there, we wanted to start changing the materiality as a way of signaling what we are, sort of the area that you're in, as well as create that entry as you move through the site. So the green walls, for example, as you are processing towards the tea pavilion, it starts to put you in the kind of propagation of the copal in a very controlled way before you kind of get to the pavilion, before you see the more wild propagation in the kind of southern side of the site. And as far as the materiality, Maddie talked a little bit about the different particular components. We wanted to try to use the bamboo on site and express that same characteristic in how we cast the concrete. The concrete, of course, also offering a more permanent kind of structure, with the living units being a little bit more private, a little bit more stationary in where they're placed, and then the pavilion starts to have a little bit more of a tectonic feel as it starts to, as you approach it, with the concrete walls in the pavilion serving mostly to frame out the loop that's already there, but the components that you actually really engage with are the more tectonic ones. So.
Right. Yeah. And kind of tying off of that a little bit, you can kind of see in like the living units, I mean, there's some exceptions, but a lot of these main like concrete walls kind of start to wrap around in a way and break apart as occupiable objects almost. And then the living wall is more of a framing mechanism per se. I don't know if that really answers the question, but.
Yeah, no, I think it's very interesting, because the whole thing, I mean, from your midterm presentation to today, it's all about the experience that you create. And I think it's a challenge for a project like that to find the right representation for it. And I think, sorry, it's really loud outside my door. It's really interesting how you actually guide us through it. And I think the very successful moments are the actual compositions that you make. I mean, I really like the plan. I think there's a lot of interesting moments in there. And of course, we don't know from the plan how high these walls are. And that's where it starts becoming like this interesting framing of the natural environment that you are showing here. And I think it works really well. I mean, I'm a big fan of the way that you talk about it, also in your statement at the end, and the way that you're really celebrating that moment of the meeting of the plant with humans and kind of interweaving these two conditions. And I think in many cultures, tea especially is that kind of moment, the celebration of that plant in ceremonies. And I don't know about the Hawaiian ceremony. I'm more familiar with the tea ceremony, the chado from Japan, and the tea house in Japan is that really elevating moment of creating an entire ritual around the tea. And so it's really interesting that you guys are creating an experience to kind of engage not only with one plant, but with different plants in that specific way. And culturally, I think it's a really interesting thing. And it not only, because tea in a way in many cultures is also medicinal, so it kind of creates a different way of perceiving, right? Like, I mean, we drink coffee and tea all the time now, but it used to be different. So maybe like that kind of spiritual element is also really interesting, because you're not only changing your perception of the space through the walking through and that path that you create, but also through the ritual of drinking the tea. So it creates a whole new experience. And I think it's really powerful. I think it's a really great project.
Thank you.
I couldn't agree more. I love your project. You know, I have a million nitpicks because when you see something that you like, you want to draw on it and make it your own a little bit. But I'll get to those in a second. I did want to, one big question I had was you described the pathway as, if I understood correctly, a mapping of a video of the site. Is that right? It was a path, natural navigation path through the site as is that was then captured with the walls. Is that, yeah, these ones.
Yeah, it started out, so Sean provided us with some like site documentation, and he also provided us with like a little key map of like where he was when he was taking certain videos and photos. And so we started to kind of map some certain points that we also like were intrigued by. So it's like it's not a physical path that's currently there. Okay, but it was a path that this irregular landscape was navigated. I mean, it's just interesting because it's I think it has a very appealing quality to it, and so I was just curious about its derivation. I mean, and you know, there's some reality to that. During the ice storm, I was climbing a steep hillside because I was trying to get cell reception so I could zoom into the ID accreditation report, and you know, you follow deer, like the paths that animals find in the landscape are actually, you know, not random. They're paths of least resistance. And so I was just curious about that. Yeah. It is very appealing. And I think, you know, my critiques are small ones. If you go to the site plan, I think the primary entry, you know, you're almost always moving alongside these walls, sometimes between, sometimes alongside. And so this moment where you, this moment where you actually move through the wall perpendicularly, this sort of very strong threshold, I think is also very powerful, but having parking spaces right in front of it is not the right solution. Somehow the parking lot needs to be pushed forward or back, or you need to have a break. But I think that needs to be given space to actually operate in a better way as a pedestrian. You had a perspective of this moment, though, what you call the fork in the road, which compared to everything else you've done, I thought was weak. It just like this idea that there's I read it as a gravel path or some sort of not hard path. But given that you've got a vocabulary and architectural kind of syntax that allows you to move alongside walls or sometimes move between walls, I think I would have tried to avoid the fork in the road. Like maybe this wall can come out and be here. And so, or there's an aperture through or something, but you don't have this moment where you go left or right, but actually the walls help you help nuance that fork in the road.
Well, you could
that's a great point.
You could experience it as a loop though. So in which case the fork would be unavoidable in a way.
Right.
Yeah. You gonna keep nitpicking or?
Yeah, I am. I got more. I got to just not too more. Okay. Yeah. You know, one of the things I think is elegant about this is you're using essentially a singular device. Almost everything in this project is a wall, and it's with the exception of the living walls, they're all made out of. Well, they're not all made out of concrete. They're all made out of mineral stone or concrete. And I think there is some value in that kind of self-limitation. And so when the living wall became wood, which I didn't read in your earlier perspectives, it looked like it was sort of a carved away concrete wall. That to me is less appealing because it's sort of allowing yourself a degree of freedom that you didn't really need. And so I think I like the texture of the cribbing, but that could be done with concrete, precast concrete pieces. And I think it would be better because it would retain the attitude of doing a lot with a little.
It already exists as kind of precast elements for retaining walls along highways. So
yeah,
right.
Well, there's a great example of a small scale one. I think it's on 12th Street, East 12th. It's I don't know what it is, a school or government building that has a little retaining wall along the sidewalk. And it's literally made out of small, they look like parking stop size pieces.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm going to stop nitpicking because it's silly, but it's a very, very well done project.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll nitpick a little bit. I think I really like your project, but of course I don't I feel bad about that because I feel like I'm supposed to, like, you know, be look for ways to make it better. So let me take a stab at that. The way that you've drawn the site plan, and I'm trying to understand how the ko'oko'olau plant grows, if these are tall plants or not. And there's something for me that's a little bit disappointing about the way we're seeing the plants here. Oh, by the way, what's this thing over here?
That's I guess we forgot to mention that. That's like a little cultivation patch, I guess, of our plant, but it was they're so small that
Okay, no, that's fine, because I was actually looking through. It's the slide before the last one. I could either share it here because I'm looking at yours, or you could jump to slide 55 or whatever it is. It's that the one right before the text. Yeah, right there. Okay, so yeah, this starts to explain to me that the vegetation itself starts to have spatial qualities to it. Like there's low, tightly textured areas that activate the surface of the ground, or there's the ground plane itself as a surface. There's these things which are quite vertical. And these things have very, very powerful spatial attributes to them. So I definitely see it in this image right here. And it's the kind of thing that I heartily want to see reinforced in the site plan at the same time. If we could go back to this plan we were at before. Because what you've set up is this these two walls that define the site. There we go. Yeah, with inherently, anytime you're in here, you're going to feel the presence of the other wall. So there's a presence of zones that relay across like this. And so the design of the surface out here, you know, like I'm still an architect that draws generic plants, you know. So but if you start to think about it, these things, as you showed at that last rendering of the project, start to have real potentials to add another layer of complexity and richness into the project. And there's no reason not to include that in the way that you just indicate the surface of the ground plane that's outside here. As the more I look at it, the more I understand your project, and this is a wall that you move along, but it has the private residences on the other side of it. So it is a barrier wall to the general public, and I think it works pretty successfully that way. The transverse sections were a little bit, I was surprised in the transverse section at how quiet the slope is. It's less than what I just drew with that line right there. So it's actually pretty subtle. And I love the culmination with the T pavilion right here. And I like the fact that there's a nested couple of forms that really make a very elegant platform to linger on and to hesitate and to be in the middle of the place, but not the dead center of it. So it's like semi-pavilion-like. It's very successful. The roof of that thing is not yet developed though. It's just like two lines at the moment. So it's something which wants to float magically over the wall or have its own kind of special dialogue relative to that wall. So that's one thing that I think you just quite haven't gotten to yet that I would start to pursue. One other thing you might include about the walls, or think about with the walls, is if I were to, this is not a literal suggestion, I'm just trying to make a point. If I were to place a wall out here that had a level top to it, you would be able to very, very clearly start to read what the nature of the topography was. So having a wall which is counter to the topography makes a very, very strong reference element, like a datum element, that you can start to really read the elegance and subtlety of what's beginning to happen in the ground plane. And I'm not sure that that's happening with these walls in your project at the moment, so much as it's a collection of walls that are almost all the same height everywhere. So almost all of them are, you know, about the same height everywhere, and somewhere, you know, might want to be very low, and then be a wall that becomes very high. So there's an opportunity with this element and motif that you're putting through the project to really start to help us read the subtlety of what's happening in the contours of the landscape itself. But you know, I think it's a very, very it's very elegantly done, very, I think, sensitively done.
That's interesting. Aloha, Sean here. I joined a little late. Yeah, I think that's an interesting idea with the wall. because then, you're approaching the project, everything's framed, but then once you sort of get to the back of the project, it seems like that sort of experience kind of dissolves really quickly. And so I wonder how much, if it seems like your concept is, being able to control the experience of the walking path through your project is pretty important to your concept. And so you have like a really heavy control on that at the very beginning, and then you sort of start to lose it at the end. But with that said, with the concept of the wall, looking at the sort of perspective views in the sections, I remember this from the midterm, and I do recall liking the idea of just conceptually, considering that you haven't visited the site and that you were given these site resources, that you really honored the sort of initial site visit, so much so that it essentially forms the framework of your entire architecture. I thought that is an interesting concept, but I think ways that this project could be taken further with regards to the actual experience of the tea. The word percolation just keeps coming to mind with this project, and what would the concept of percolation add to this in terms of how the building connects to the ground, and then also the walls. The walls, it seems like the way that they're represented, ultimately, aside from framing and guiding the view, become sort of planter boxes. But I think that there's another level of sort of architecture that could be achieved there if maybe the walls took it to the next level and sort of extrapolated more of that percolation process. Because you're talking about tea, you're talking about making tea, and there's a whole process that happens at the micro level when making tea, that has to do with the way water interacts with the material of the plant, etc. So yeah, I just that would be sort of my sort of comment about, this is a really great design. I love how it is minimal. It sort of fits into the landscape. It really respects the experience of the site. And so, every project, could always be taken further. And so that's where I think I would have been interested to see the next level is to explore more how the actual process of the tea making, informs the architecture. Because then you learn something about the tea making process, right? Versus it just being a tea house.
Yeah, those are all really useful and interesting comments. I think that what John was, for example, saying about bringing some of these walls into the foraging landscape would be an amazing way to actually extend your presence in a very subtle way, but also allow us to kind of keep on feeling that we are still to some degree in a managed landscape, but in very, very subtle ways. Otherwise, I think that transition is true. It's very abrupt between what's constructed, even in lightly, but constructed and then left, natural. So I think emphasizing the fact that there's nothing natural here would be actually interesting, because this is not a natural landscape. You will be planting there, right? I love the comment that Cisco made about, the subtle kind of decisions about where to open the wall and how, you align the parking lot with that. Those are small things, of course, that could be strengthened. One thing that I would probably add to it, and as I said, we didn't manage to get that much into the architecture, but I think some of you kind of hinted towards this, is that there's a lot of potential to actually strengthen the architecture if you really started thinking about how this wall either starts really literally thickening to accommodate the enclosures in a more literal sense, or so that would be more like the Poche maybe direction where we, if you zoom in on, especially when we look at some of those the residences, if you zoom into one of the plans maybe, and so that would be one way. But the other thing is like the relationship between the wall and the roof and the foundation, that could be so many different things, right? You could have a floating roof that is supported from the wall, but for example, through steel elements, and it's elevated. Or you could have a roof that is totally integrated with the wall, and we kind of really want to read it as a box. And I know we had some of these conversations, but we just, didn't manage to get to that level. So I'm just talking for the sake of talking and enjoying the, thinking about where this project could go further. We talked about the difference between, I don't know, mid-century modernism in California versus Olgiati, for example, right? It's like such different ways of thinking about what can happen to a wall. And I think that would be really fascinating to see where you would push those relationships. Like what's the foundation and how that relates to the ground, et cetera, So there's just so much that could happen here on the architectural level.
Or it could be a combination. It makes me think of Middleton Inn, which is a thick wall which contains the bathroom. You pierce it, and then you move into an additive element, which is the living space itself. The unit itself, as you have it now, is, I guess it's kind of a box within a box, but that L shape is maybe not the best spatial solution. But I will say, one thing I forgot to mention, when you talked about the planting and the tea plants, I was surprised and excited that the idea that you are really working with the circumstances of the site, including the invasive vegetation. The knee-jerk reaction is, and I'm not a landscape architect or a gardener, so take this with a grain of salt, is I'm going to remove all the invasives and I'm going to return the land to its natural condition, only native species. And that was not your attitude, which I found refreshing. It's a little more tactical, a little more responsive to what you're working with.
Which doesn't mean that, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you had more time, I think the next thing to do would be to really look at the pavements, even where they're not hard pavements, where they're gravel, and the topography, and there would be some terrain modifications, even if very careful and subtle. And so actually working those out and getting into the next scale would be a really fun task on this project.
Yeah, I think, the moves, the moves that you're making at that scale right now are really interesting. And I would say, like, small details, while I'm looking at this project, I might emphasize certain walls more, extend them more, be a bit more drastic in certain moves. But I think overall it's a very elegant composition. And I think it's interesting thinking about now when you bring this project forward to kind of like what Aleksandra was saying, when you kind of push it forward to another scale, basically detailing it out. If you look at Scarpa, he's like excellent at that, bringing it from one scale to the next, to the next, to the next, kind of to the detail scale. And I think it's there's a lot of potential there, like the kind of like architectural thinking of decision making. When do you step back? When do you get more hands-on on certain things? I think there's a lot of potential here that I could see really beautifully being resolved. And I was actually thinking it would be super interesting for your own portfolio to think about how this project, I was thinking about that, about the previous project too, how these projects age, because it's a vegetation that will take over really quickly because it's growing, it's very vivid. So I would love to see what it looks like in build. You never get to see that in an architectural, presentation, but I think it's really interesting to think about it, because that's the beauty about Scarpa's project as well, that they look different over time, and they look so beautiful because they're starting to get like a little bit, like worn down, and that makes them actually more interesting in a way. So I could see that in this project as well, because the minimal walls are not going to be concrete for very long. When you look at the Tadao Ando walls, they really change over time.
Yeah. One last thing that I wanted to return to Sean's comment about percolation and kind of more material dynamics, which I think is also a really fascinating way to think about how you could keep on going down in scale and ask material questions that would be very subtle, but engage with the climate, for example, and start thinking how you could maybe question whether this is a concrete wall, but some kind of a material that has a capacity to, manage this climate in a more appropriate way. So it could turn into, now I don't know, round earth is not appropriate for for tropical climate, but going into material research in which just the idea of thinking about the process of percolation as a way to enter into material dynamics of climate control would be really interesting. Of course, this is not a studio for that, but I just kind of want you to think about that. The engagement with the environment can go across all the scales, and it will be fascinating to engage with the climate on that level as well. Yeah. Okay. Fantastic.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for all your comments. And
thank you.
Yeah, it was great to have you. Thank you, Cisco. Thank you, John. Thanks, Victoria and Sean and Rick. Rick is not here, but please thank
Rick did send me a message, and he said, if you could please relay to everyone how much I appreciate all the time, thought, effort, and artistry that was put into optimizing the functionality of the space. Huge mahalos, and he can't wait to watch the recording.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll share the projects with him if he wants to know more details, but I'm glad that he enjoyed it. Thank you, everyone. And guys, just hang around for a moment. Don't disconnect. I mean, John, Cisco, of course, Victoria, Sean, you can go.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
And bye-bye.
Before I forget, thank you guys so much for drawing all the roots. Last time I was kind of like mentioning the underground spaces, and I know it takes a lot of effort and time to research the roots and like draw them in, but I was excited to see it and kind of see the underground of the buildings as well, how they interact. Really cool. Thank you.
There's a lot of work in the drawings, and it's worth it. Pays off. Very nice.
Yeah, I have to say that this was an important conversation that we decided to kind of take on and really try to cancel the section line, which is, of course, for us architects, a normal thing to draw, but we just wanted to see what it means to kind of just shift gradually through the different media that the environment is made up of. And some projects did it more successfully, others less, but I think that, it's an important project to take on and think about roots and foundations as kind of part of the same system that inhabits the soil. So thanks, Victoria, for that.
No, thank you, guys. Really, really great project. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, great. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys. I hope that you enjoyed it and that you learned from it, like just different perspectives. I think that we, had good, really long conversations, which was possible only because we had, few projects to look at, but there was really a lot of richness. And I have to say that, I'm very impressed with how you trusted me in a way, that you trusted this process of starting a project in a way that is not really conventional or common in architecture, at least not maybe at this school. And I know that it kind of meant a certain sacrifice in terms of how much you could put your push your architectural projects. Some of you still pushed it incredibly far, I thought, at different levels. And I know that most of our critics were architects, which means that they still focus on that aspect. But I know that they also appreciated the fact that you kind of stepped out of your comfort zone and engaged with those other worlds. I really hope that this helps you think about your next projects, whether they are still at school or in practice. Some of you are starting new jobs. Congratulations. Can we say it yet? Amaya, can we say it yet?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so Amaya got a job with Michael True. She's gonna be joining the team there. and which is fantastic. And I'm sure, you know, many of you are graduating. So I hope to hear from you about the jobs that you're gonna be getting and aspiring to get. The most important thing is shoot for the best. Like, don't just limit yourself to what you think is feasible. Like, try. Certain things happen that you might not even think are possible in terms of where you could be working, who you could be learning from. So just try, and always know that I'm here. If you need references, I'm happy to support you with letters. But I diverted. What was I saying? Anyway, I just hope that, you know, in the projects that you will be working on in the future, that you really pay attention to this really multi-dimensional nature of the environment, and you could push it so much more further than what we've done in that such a short time. You know, looking at materials, looking at what we can learn from plants in terms of climate control. We didn't really do that in the studio. You know, this could have been a studio really just about climate control and thinking like a plant in terms of inhabiting this tropical landscape. That was just not enough for that, not enough time for that. But yeah, I hope that you enjoyed it. And please, you know, shoot me an email if you have any comments. I know you left comments in the survey, but that's a very formal kind of platform. And if you have any comments about the interviews, the conversations, I know we didn't kind of have enough time to talk about those outside of the conversations. So I'd love to hear from you, or now or later. Now you're probably just exhausted. You just want to go for a walk or just crash and sleep. So I won't expect much from you right now.
Alex, I was wondering if you're planning on doing exit interviews. I've done them for a number of my more recent studios, probably the past 3 or 4 studios, and I found them to be quite helpful in wrapping up the semester and understanding like the kind of lessons learned and kind of a guidance of where to look next. I know that those are things that we can kind of decipher ourselves, but I do find that those exit interviews are helpful for me personally. Is that something that you have any desire to do?
You mean to transcribe them? Is that what you were asking?
No, exit interviews as far as talking to us individually about our process and.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, okay. Thank you for mentioning. Basically, if whoever wants to talk to me on Monday, we can do. I don't know what they call it, exits interviews or whatever they call it. What I will do, I will just create an Excel sheet, and then you can just sign up for a time. And you know, it's going to be during the studio time, roughly. So yes, so we can do that. And is that?
Thank you. Yes.
That answers question. Okay,
yes,
sorry,
yes.
I got confused. Yeah, you don't have to do it if you don't want to talk to me. It's not compulsory, but I'm more than happy to talk to you. And I think it's nice if we do it individually this time, because we haven't really had time to talk individually. So of course you can, you know, sign up together if that's what you want to do. But I think that's a good time to kind of maybe talk also about your next steps, if you have, you know, questions about applying for jobs or whatever it is. So yes, we will do that. I'll do it later today. And the only thing I want to ask you, if when you sign up for this sessions, please sign up in order. Like if just pick the first available, so that I don't have to hang around for 2 hours waiting for someone to sign up later. That's all I ask you for. Okay, anything else that I'm missing? Thanks for mentioning it. I would have forgotten. Any complaints, any comments, anything you guys want to just throw off? Well, I know I still have to grade you, so you cannot complain, sorry. Okay. Well, if you have no comments right now, just enjoy a break. I don't know if you still have stuff to write, exams, submissions, but you probably do, right? Yeah, okay. So I'll send you this email with the sign up sheet, and then I will be, you know, just grading formally the work. But I think the most important stuff you've already heard in the review. So for me, that's just a formality, really. Okay. have a wonderful afternoon, evening, and thanks, guys. It was really a pleasure seeing your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.